Hey, what's going on, everybody? Yep, it's Sunday. I'm bored. What's up, Evil Rick? How you doing, buddy? Hey, I'm gonna put the link here in the descript in the comments. So if anybody wants to come in, please do. I'm bored. Let's have fun. Let's talk about everything and anything you want to tonight. What do you guys think of the Lowrider ST bags on Project Spaceball? I like it. I've been using those bags, and I think they are well worth the money I paid for them. I did buy them from Harley Davidson, from Yankee Harley. So that was a nice thing. Hey, what's up, Kaze Moto? What's going on, man? Um, if you got the time down under, here's the link, man. Come on in and join me. Love to have you jump on. Um, I know it's probably early your time. Let's take a look here. It's 10:16 in the morning. Oh, Monday. You're probably working, am I correct? Hey, Michael Bike, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? Yeah. I'm a little bored tonight, so I figured to go live. So here's the link again. So if you want to come on, anybody wants to come on in, we could just BS about anything. We could do that. You know. Mike says, "Hey, everybody, our good friend from down under, Kazemoto is here. Yeah, it's 10:16. Yeah, unfortunately at work. I figured as much, buddy. I always seem to catch you at work. I don't know why. Probably because of time change. It's Monday late morning for you. Here it's Sunday night at 8:17 p.m. Just to give you an idea. Uh, so yeah, but we got to get you on one of the lives, whether it's mine or Ray's or Moto Noggins, somebody's. Because we love to have you, and we all love to see you and hear from you. Besides your videos, which I do dig, by the way, Michael Bike, I've been digging your videos too. Uh, Anybody on here down at Spring Fling? It looked like it would be a great time. I would love to go there next year. I'm going to actually try and get down to Spring Fling next year. I'm not going to make any promises because it's going to be quite the commitment as far as traveling and finances for hotels because it's a 20-hour ride from my house to there on the bike. So I can't do it in one shot. So yeah, I'm always out where I live at work. Well, haul truck driver. Wow. And I appreciate you doing what you do, man. Moving stuff, supplies cross country and things like that. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know Busted's down there. I've been watching some of his videos, and it looked like it's a good time. It's not so rally uh, commercialized, but there's some rally stuff there. So I'm really digging it. I want to try and get down there sometime. So yeah, a little bored tonight. Not much on the old TV tube. Pay for a satellite dish, thousands of channels to watch, and all the same junk. Nothing's different in between half the channels.
Same with streaming.
And I'm not gonna say what's up, dog. How you doing, buddy? How you feeling? Hopefully you're feeling better. Uh, you know, here's the link. Anybody wants to come in? Corey, you're always welcome, as always. As the Dr. Corey, dog, you're always welcome. So again, here's the link. I know I keep saying I'm a broken record tonight, but I have no agenda. I really don't have much to talk about. The saddlebag installation was quick, down and dirty. Literally, it's let's see, 4 bolts to put those bags on, which was quite simple. But I wanted to share that with everybody. Yeah. Thanks, Evil Ricks. It says, don't forget that. That's a good point. Hey, Robert's here. Robert Bucuccio, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? It's good to see you here. you know. But I have nothing really to talk about. Oh, I actually have something to talk about. Yesterday, I went to the 2023 lineup road test by Harley Davidson, and I rode the Sportster S. And I'm kind of conflicted of putting that video up or not. I did a moto vlog with it, and kind of conflicted because with the way society is, hurt feeling reports might be made, and I really don't want to hurt somebody's feelings.
Mhm.
What's up, Doc?
Hey, what's happening, brother?
How you feeling?
Oh, well, I'm not sick anymore. That's a good thing.
Well, you're sick
But
in the head.
yeah, well,
For that.
so I borrowed a buddy's bike this weekend, and he has the most uncomfortable settlement seat they ever made on that bike. And we did like a 2.5 hour slow ride with no brakes, and I had my wife on the back, and both of us are walking like we've been beat today.
Yeah, well, I know that feeling. I rode a Softail with a Badlander seat from Connecticut to Sturgis.
Yeah, that couldn't be very comfortable.
No, not with 18-inch bars and an old Softail, which basically felt like a rigid.
Oh. This is a newer Heritage. I'm making a video about it right now, but it's not a bad bike, and for just cruising around by myself for little jaunts, it's actually a pretty fun little bike. But it was just not ready for us to jump on it yesterday. But mine's down, and we had a benefit ride, a child abuse awareness benefit ride, and we weren't going to miss that. So a buddy was cool enough to lend me his spare bike. So
yeah, well, just put it a little perspective. I can understand what you're saying. Hello, Dallas. I've been riding Spaceball ever since it got done with dyno tuning, and Thursday I decided, well, you know what, I'm gonna give the Road Glide some love because the poor thing's just been sitting watching me leave on the other bike, and before it decides to get pissed off and break, let me take it take it to work. Well, it's got the tap performance with the zombie baffles, and I fire it up. I'm like, wow, this thing is quiet. Then I go get on the highway, and now it's a 117, and I'm running the gears, going, wow, this thing is slow. This
yeah,
thing is quiet.
Yeah, because it's your fun bike.
And I'm sitting there, and then I look down, going, how slow am I going? It said 90. I'm like, oh, that explains it.
There we go. That's better. Now I don't have to hold it.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
I stopped my tuner on the handlebars on Spaceball.
Mm-hmm.
And out there, you can bring up the gauges and things like speed and all that. Well, on my way home, I was doing at one point 140 miles an hour.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's getting it. Allegedly, you were doing that, right?
Yes, allegedly. Well, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, holy cow. And the bike didn't even struggle to get there. No, Corey, it's not coming. Not going to do it because I need that bike to be reliable for me to go to places, rallies, touring, whatever. Yes, Mike, it was in Mexico.
In Mexico, south of the border.
Or actually on the salt flats.
There you go, Bonneville. Yeah,
I did 140 on the Bonneville salt flats. Yeah, no, it wasn't kilometers. It was at miles per hour, but it was on the salt flats.
So yesterday was the longest period of time I've ever ridden a newer M8. Like I've, ridden them a few miles here and there, and my buddies, I got a new bike, check it out, and you drive it up the road and back, whatever. But I spent all day on an M8 for the first time yesterday, and Yeah, I might be looking to upgrade really, really soon.
That makes it nice and smooth, man.
I mean, it's still it's a stock 114, but
Mm-hmm.
but the thing is mine feels faster, but I know the 114 is faster. But it's just so damn smooth, you know.
Yeah. I, I got a question for the Thumpers. Did he ever finish his bars? Because I saw the short where he was playing a game and giving up with this because his headlights weren't on. If you want Thumpers, jump on in. Here's the link and tell us all about it. Like to hear it. Like to hear it go. I'm sure everybody else does too. Yo, what up, Tweedle?
What's
Tweedle's
up,
in the
everybody? I can't see the comments right now, so I'm just saying, what's up, everybody?
Hi, everybody.
But just having the ability, number one, mine is still a 5-speed, so having 6 gears is kind of cool.
Yep.
But the fact that you can actually cruise at like 50 mile an hour in 6 gear, and you can pass somebody without dropping a gear.
Yep.
It's like a whole different world, you know.
Now that had the 114, the 107, or the 117.
It's a 114.
Oh, nice. That's a good motor. I like it.
And I haven't looked up the specs on it, but I'm pretty certain that Heritage Softail weighs quite a bit less than my Road King.
Oh, absolutely.
So having that big displacement and a smaller bike, it just and the thing is so it's got fishtails on it, but it was being lent to another brother because he needed a place to store it. My other brother wrecked his bike for a while, so he had borrowed the Heritage a little bit, and he didn't like the loud fishtails, so he put the baffles back in it. So it's pretty quiet right now, even with the fishtails.
Yep.
And so, like going down the highway at like 60 mile an hour, and it's so smooth, I kept looking down to make sure I was still running.
Yeah.
What's up, process?
The process is in the
Hold
The
on, I
Thumpers are
can't
here.
hear.
Yeah. So those are some
Sorry,
badass
everybody.
handlebars he put on his
I
Road
can't
King.
hear, so I don't know what's up. It is
You
on.
can't hear?
Sorry for our difficulties.
No worries.
It's up
Oh,
all
if
the
you
way.
watch my beginning of my videos, I ain't got room to talk about anybody.
Thanks,
I spend the
process. I
first 10
appreciate
minutes making my shit work.
Yeah, I might have to leave and come back in through some
Okay.
other way because I'm on my iPhone and I can't hear y'all at all.
No, that's half the
And the
problem.
volume's
Running
all the way up.
half
Yes. How do you do that?
Here, I'll help you.
Yeah, so I'm pretty I'm pretty stoked about that. It was fun, but like I said, my wife hasn't ridden in a long time, and we didn't, it being a Heritage, it's not a touring bike, so it doesn't have the tour pack or anything like that. So there's like a 6-inch butt rest. It's not even a backrest on the back of it, and she's used to having the full King tour pack and all the padding and all that. So it was quite the emotional experience for both of us to ride that thing all day yesterday.
Yeah.
So we're not riding today. I'm spending the day making videos and editing and chilling out around the house and letting my tailbone heal.
Yeah. Well, today was rain most of the day.
We were supposed to get rain, but it hasn't come yet.
It
it's
came
ugly
last
looking.
night and most of the day today. And the way it works is usually when it's nice and sunny and warm and perfect riding weather, I got work in the shop. And when there's rain like today and I have nothing to do.
Right? Isn't that how that works?
Yep. But that's okay. That camouflage bike is getting picked up on Tuesday finally and getting out of the shop.
Always good to have more room.
That's been there almost a year. Glad to see it go. You know?
Yeah, more room is always better.
Yeah.
I asked my buddy that's storing the bike for the owner. I said, when do you want me to bring it back? He said, don't. He said, it's one less bike in my garage. Keep it over your house.
Yeah. Yeah, Corey, a year, believe it or not. You've seen it. It's been here almost a year. There's a whole story why it's been here that long. I was helping him out, and while it was here, he wanted to get some work done. And now that he's out of college, he wants to get back on his bike. Let's try this. Thumpers take 2. What's up?
What's going on? She didn't know what she was doing.
Badass bars you put on that bike.
Man, it has been all day. It started this morning. We went to breakfast, 10 o'clock. I'm sitting in breakfast, and some old lady literally pulls in the parking spot with my bike, crunches the front fender.
Oh,
Yeah.
Damn.
So then had to wait on the cops, get a report. The report was done, and then I got here aggravated, frustrated, all that good shit. And then I started doing this crap.
That's not crap. That's badassery.
Oh man, it's been a lot of work because I have never done hydraulic clutch or hydraulic brake. Mine have always been cable. I did mess with a 05 Deluxe that had a hydraulic brake, but it was one line. This sucker goes back under the tank, goes to a master cylinder, and then you got to run all these lines. And Harley's got little
ABS
like
module.
puzzle pieces on their master cylinder. It all looks kind of cool. And all I got was like a hind fitting on the ones that I ordered.
Yeah, that's called a ABS module that's under the seat.
Yeah, ABS pain in the ass.
Yes. I know you believe you bled all the air out of it, but
No, I'm literally taking it to Doc's Tuesday morning, dropping it off. He's gonna bleed it and wipe the ABS and all that, and then make sure I didn't try to kill myself. Everything's done right.
Yep.
I don't claim to be a mechanic. If you look at my channel and you look for mechanic stuff, you are a fool because I am not a mechanic. I just know how to wrench on shit and I'll figure shit out.
Yeah.
Other than that, I always have a certified professional mechanic check my work after I'm done.
Well, the process the bars make the bike look great, and I agree with you.
Oh, I love the bars. I just don't love the work that it took to get them.
Extending all the wires. What are those? 16?
18-inch Carlini Gangster Apes.
Oh, those are the best.
that's pretty.
All that's
Gangster
left
Apes
for
are
me to do
badass.
now, because I got to drop the clutch. Hold on. Can I make this bigger? No, I guess I can't. So, got to run the clutch line. This is the one that they give me, and it's up under my exhaust. So it's ran under the bike and then up under the exhaust. And I think I'm going to have to take the exhaust off to get that in there.
Yep. So Tiger looks like he's building himself a baby bagger as well.
Do you know if you have to take the exhaust off?
To get to the rear brake line?
No, to get to the hydraulic.
For the brakes or the clutch?
Clutch.
Is that the stock pipe?
Yeah.
No, you just have to remove the heat shield around the catalytic converter, and you could pull that cover right off.
And it's just the external cover, not all the bolts around the...
Correct. It's just 2 bolts that hold that external cover on. Once you pull that off, you'll see your slave cylinder, your hydraulic line go in there, and I believe that's a 3/8 flare nut. that goes into your slave cylinder, and just remove that, and then pull your clutch line out, and away you go.
That's all that's left. And then I got the necklace because I'm putting the auxiliary lights on the front of it.
Yep.
So that it'll have all the auxiliary lights up front. I don't know if y'all can see that.
Yep.
They're at Harley getting powder coated. I'm supposed to pick them up Tuesday morning. So then I get to tear the front end apart to put them back on with the turn signals and all of that down there.
Oh, right on. Hello, XAN. Hello, Cyril. Cyril CT Rider says those 18s look great.
Thank you.
Yep.
How do
So
you-
I went through the whole monetization process to get monetized,
full screen.
and they said it could take up to a month to review my channel for meeting the community standards. And I guess I met the standards within 48 hours, and I got the notification yesterday that I'm monetized.
Ooh, so you're gonna make 5 cents a month now?
Actually, I made more than that, to be honest with you. After 2 days of my 170 videos, I've made 81 cents.
Woohoo! You can
Hey, man.
almost buy a half a cup of
I
coffee.
can't even buy a cup of coffee.
That's what I say. You can almost buy half a cup, like
Not
a
even.
McDonald's cup of coffee.
Not even.
No, 'cause I see
81
them all
cents.
the time.
Yep. I'm going to take that and $3 and go to Dunkin' Donuts with Brian and get a large coffee.
At least you got there. Congratulations, you got
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a step in the right direction, anyways.
I would
it was a
gladly take
milestone.
83 cents for doing something that I'm doing any damn way.
Yeah, exactly. It was a milestone. I was looking forward to get there, just to say I got there. Now that I'm there, I'm like, okay, the next one is 5,000.
And
Let's see if
they
we can
might
get
push
there.
your videos more. You know what I'm saying? You might get pushed more because you are there.
Well, we'll see. We will see. But I was, you missed it. I went to a 2023 lineup ride at the dealership, hosted by the dealership. There's no demo truck, and I took a Sportster S for a ride. And
Did you drink a Bud Light afterwards, or were you actually impressed?
a Zima. I was looking for a Zima.
Zima.
Ew.
And all I gotta say is I did a motor vlog of it because I've never been on a Sportster S before, and I wanted my feelings to be natural about it. Well, we leave the dealership, we cross the intersection, and the bike just dies.
Why?
I shift from first to second, and the bike dies.
Wow.
And I was able to get it restarted and continue on with the ride. And my review of it is less than glowing.
Well, I mean, those are aimed at beginner riders, quote unquote. Well, what's that going to do to somebody who's an inexperienced rider and they're going to leave an intersection and they stall out in the middle of it while making a left turn? That's pretty horrendous shit for some people.
Yeah. Your meet and greet go.
So when you say I missed something there, when you said Sportster S, are you talking about like the new one with the Revo motor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When I started that thing up, I shut it off immediately. I thought the motor was going to fall apart.
And then it died on you. So probably somebody's ragged the hell out of it.
And no, it's a showroom floor bike. And they said, no, they're very noisy when you first start them up. I'm like, man, it literally, it sounded like a bunch of bolts in a coffee can shaking around.
Like a roller like the roller valve train in a small box Chevy.
Worse. I got a roller valve train in Spaceball, and that makes no noise. The primary makes noise because I did the compensated delete. I expect that, but it's not a lot of noise. But the grips, I think the hand grips are extremely small.
Well, it is a girl's bike.
It was a 7-mile ride, and halfway through it, the center of my back was starting to burn, like, painful. I was like, man, and I even said in the video, I says, wow, Moto Noggin, I give you a lot of credit for riding this bike from upstate New York to Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm not even on it 7 miles. If I wasn't on a lead ride, I would turn around and head back.
Is it a height thing? How tall are you?
I'm 5'8". 30,
Oh, so you shouldn't have a height problem on a Sportster.
Nope. Yeah, the 06 Sportster's the much better bike in my opinion than the Sportster. It does have a little better throttle response, a little more get up and go.
When it's running?
Yeah, I got on it to catch up with the rest of the group when it died on me. And it was, I'm kind of conflicted to put the video up because all I do is I trash the bike and then I do point out the good things I like about it. Hey, what's up, Brian? Yeah. So, I'm kind of conflicted of putting the video up. I might do a disclaimer in the beginning that this is my opinion, and my opinion only, nothing against anybody or any product or anything like that. But, I mean, this is my opinion. And what do I know? I've only been riding motorcycles for 37 years.
Well, you got to, man. You got to be real about it. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand the guys that, I guess if you're looking at the end, like, we won't name any names, but if you're looking for something from Harley and yeah, you're going to lie. And otherwise I would be dead honest. Cause somebody might be out there and say, I want one of them things. And then they only have Moto Noggin praising it. And then you saying the reality.
Well, you can always, in my view, you can always tell the ones that are sponsored by Harley because there's not a single negative video in their whole collection.
Yeah. But Moto Noggin's not sponsored by Harley, but he just loves his bike.
Yeah.
And
but
it rides for him. You know what
does he have an honest opinion about a different bike, though?
Yeah. I'm sure he has, but like me, I got 18-inch bars on mine. Somebody that's 5'8" is going to be reaching for the sky. I'm 6'2". So
that's not true though. Can I correct you on that? Because the buddy I was riding with yesterday, he's like 5'4", 5'6", and he has 18-inch Carlinis on his Road King, and he loves it.
Dude, where is his hands? They're clearly over his head.
He is definitely spread out on that thing. I'll tell you that right now. But he loves it.
So this is the thumbnail I made for the video.
That looks good.
And that's the bike I rode.
Yeah, that's a good looking thumbnail, but I'll, in my opinion, that is one ugly bike.
I'd have put the no in red.
Is there an option to put better looking pipes on those things?
Yes, but they're extremely expensive.
Yeah.
And I need to go back and answer a question. Is it faster than Spaceball? Corey asked that. No, Corey, it is not. Not even Spaceball with a stock motor with stock exhaust. It is not faster than a 114.
It's supposed to have like a $120 horse or something, right?
Might be faster than that guy.
Nah.
It's definitely faster than that guy.
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be like 120 horse or some shit like that?
Maybe at the crankshaft.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
What? It's a 1250 Revolutionary Max motor.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same as a Pan Am, correct?
Yeah, but it's tuned
Pan
different.
Ams are tuned differently. They tune the Pan Ams for more torque and less horsepower
Yeah,
because of what they're designed to do.
because they're adventure bikes. Yeah, they're
Right.
not made for cruising.
Right. Where
They
the Sports are
say they're
actually
made for
tuned
cruising,
more
and a
horsepower
lot of
than
people are
torque.
saying they're very comfortable to cruise on.
Really? I've never ridden one yet, so I can't say yes or no. But
I know
I've
was
never.
what
hoping
they're
to ride
modeled
one
after is
yesterday,
the BMW, and the BMW is very. I've rode one; it's very nice to ride, comfortable. Yeah, it's. I could cruise on that bike anywhere.
Yeah.
But look, I ride a Road King, and I'll cruise. I'll go anywhere. Let's go. I'll put 6 hours in the seat, no problem.
Oh,
Hey,
I do
Steve,
that on my Road King too, but I spent a lot of years getting the right seat and backrest to be able to do that.
I have no backrest.
I have to. I can't ride without a backrest for that long. I've learned that the hard way.
I think I'm gonna get the Saddleman SOC. Has a little miniature backrest on it.
Mhm.
See how that feels. I've literally got the stock POS road sofa looking thing. It's ugly.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping to ride the Pan American yesterday, but they didn't have one available. They said they were all in the shop for repair.
Did they have that outbreak thing that's supposed to be so fast?
I didn't see one.
The breakout, yeah.
Oh, it's breakout. Yeah, that's it.
I watched a negative review on that this morning.
Spike's
said
Corner said that it was horrible.
Yeah, it doesn't like to turn. It says it wants to stay straight up all the time.
Yeah,
That's the same video I watched.
straight line bike.
Yep.
Literally in the corners that wanted to stand back up on him. I was like,
well, that's the problem is on the breakout, you cannot ride it like a traditional motorcycle because of that big fat tire. You actually have to push that thing down and force it to lean into the corners. Just like anything with a big fat tire in the back.
Well, my buddy just traded in. He had a Rocker C that was the same thing, and he used to always ride in the back because he couldn't corner with us because it had that great big wide tire on the back.
Yep. Let's see.
yeah.
Hello,
That's
Henry.
horrible.
Appreciate it.
So does the Sportster have all the buttons and stuff like the Pan Am? Does it have like different modes and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was confusing as hell. It's like, where are the turn signals on this stupid thing? I think that's a direct quote from the video.
Horrible.
Yeah, that seems silly to me considering it's Sportster has always been a quote unquote beginner bike for Harley riders.
Yeah.
And if they made it to where even an advanced rider has a hard time riding it, that just seems counterproductive to me.
Now, I'm sure if I spent, 20 minutes before getting on the bike to go over everything, it probably would have been a lot better. But it's one of those, hey, we're leaving now. Sign the waivers when you come back, and let's go. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but
So
how
I
long
jumped on it.
how long have you been riding, Doc? 30-some years?
37 years.
Okay, well, you shouldn't need a tutorial to ride a motorcycle if you've been riding as long as you have.
Well, maybe with that bike you do,
That's what I'm saying. That's not right, though.
because the turn signal buttons were not in the normal place, or not like other bikes where you have them all on the left control. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, whatever. I'm in the group. There's people in front of me, people behind me. I'll just ride the goddamn thing. And when I got off of it, they're like, so what do you think? I'm like, I'm definitely never getting one of these. Not even for my worst enemy.
Where's Moto Noggin? Where's his comments?
I don't know. The funniest thing I saw was somebody bought an RG3 there,
What?
A
What
brand
do you
new
need?
Road Glide
Oh,
3,
for me?
right?
Oh.
Went to pick it up,
No,
takes delivery of it, and loads it in an open landscape trailer.
Oh shit.
I'm like, ride the goddamn thing. That's why you bought it. Maybe
No.
he's getting ready to go to Americade with it on the trailer.
What? I hear they're horrible in cornering. They're horribly slow.
Well, a trike, you got to ride it like a snowmobile because it pushes in the turns, and there's no leaning it. It's very counter intuitive for regular motorcycle riders.
Yeah, you want to talk about weird? Have you ridden a Can-Am?
No.
Yeah, that's a weird bike to ride.
When I was in the combat vets, one of our members had one, and she says, "These are great because it's impossible to flip them." I says, "Give me the
No,
key."
it's not. No, it's not. I had one on 2 wheels.
And she goes, "Really?" I says, "Yes, challenge accepted." She goes, "No, I'm not giving you the keys." Because I
Yeah,
will flip it.
it's not really that hard if it for somebody that's used to riding a motorcycle. But it's a totally weird feeling with those 2 wheels in the front. I didn't like it at all.
It's simple. What you do is you go as fast as the stupid thing could go and just yank that
And then
handlebar.
yank the wheels. Yeah, I tried to make it turn a little too fast, and I had to counter lean really fast because it popped up on 2 wheels on me.
No, Tiger, nothing fell off of it, but it certainly sounded like it was falling apart internally.
Lay down.
You know,
Lay down. What are you saying there?
My dog wants my steak.
Oh, he's like, lay down. I'm like, I might have to get this clutch cable ran up underneath this damn bike.
That looks like an awfully nice shop there. Why don't you have a table?
Oh, I got 2 of them. They're right there. Yeah, I got tables. I've got lifts with the Forerunner, the Toyota lifts, everything you could want in the shop. It's like a big playground. It's my father-in-law's. He owns Yoakley's Automotive here in Claremont.
does he have a milling machine?
Yep.
A lathe and a CNC.
No CNC, but he does have a lathe, milling machine, sandblaster, some water jet thing to clean up parts that are rusty as hell.
So, in other words, it truly is a playground.
Yeah. We don't have a CNC, but we have everything else we could want.
You could make parts if you need them.
Oh, and we've got Enjuco next door, which literally makes parts like aluminum billet parts for 240s and Nissan and Toyota Corolla drift cars. They're in the drift scene.
Oh,
So
wow.
all we got to do is get them the specs, and they can mill it out for us on their CNC.
What's up, Apple?
So go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you pan that camera around, I saw the one thing in your shop that I need in mine.
What's that?
Room.
Oh, yeah. No, there's
Space
plenty
to
of
do
room.
something.
Yeah. We have 4. He has 4 car lifts in here. And then a whole, like, that's that water jet thing to clean shit. And then all of our AC stuff, because that's what he specializes in, is AC repair. Then we have bead blasters, welders, drill presses, everything you could want.
Wow.
Yep. And I get to play with it anytime from 5 to whenever I'm done.
Nice.
That is
Saturday
cool.
and Sunday all day if I want, but Monday through Friday he runs a business, so I can't fuck with his business.
Wow.
But
Well,
I'm
Corey
gonna
says
bounce
he's
off
got
of
a
here because
CNC
I
at
got
his
to get
job.
this clutch cable ran. Otherwise, my bike is stationary, and then it's stuck in the shop until I can get back and work. So
Yeah.
y'all have a good night, and
Thanks
peace.
for the update.
See you later, Dumper.
Later. Thanks.
Yep. So I finally got a hold of Homes for the Brave in Bridgeport.
Oh, did you? Oh, good, good, good. How'd that go?
It's going very, very well. They're on board. I have a meeting with them tomorrow afternoon, an actual sit-down meeting, and they're probably going to get me all the information that I need, which would be their EIN number, their nonprofit paperwork, and then once I have that paperwork, I could start sending feelers out to different manufacturers and wholesalers. The first one I'm really going to hit up is V-Twin Manufacturing, because they have just about everything I need. And the interesting thing is, if I give them that paperwork, they could write it all off on their taxes as a donation.
Yeah, that not-for-profit thing is huge. We're working on ours for that reason.
Yep. And they said they will help me do all the paperwork for the permits, because in Connecticut, it is a raffle and it is considered gambling. Yep.
That's stupid.
Well, Connecticut is stupid that way. So, I want to make sure everything's on the up and up. So, one, Homes for the Brave does not get put at risk. And two, I don't want to put myself at risk either. I don't want to lose that 81 cents. Might break the bank,
That's good though. It sounds like that organization is receptive to your idea. So that's you got your toe in the door and you're ready to rock and roll.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
So the cam giveaway is going to run until May 17th. And that gives everybody plenty of time to get their entries in. It gives me time to fill the database up and organize it. So all I have to do is put it into the wheel of names that night and go from there. So May 17th at 8 p.m. will be the live drawing for the camshaft giveaway. What's up, HD? How you doing, buddy?
Again, I can't see the comments. So what's up, everybody?
Ciro says, yes, they are stupid. Wait until they get in line with New York like normally do and start motorcycle inspections. Ah, God, I hope not.
Oh, so you guys have the same situation we have here. It's like Oregon's dumb enough, but then they keep every time Washington or especially California does something even more stupid, they got to jump right on the bandwagon.
Yep. Yeah. Toledo, I know what I got to do. I just got to be honest and upfront with all the drawings and everything. So no worries. It's going to happen live. So there it is. But you still got to get a hold of me so I can send you the turn signals that I have, so you could have LED turn signals for free for the front of your bike. I just want to get them off my toolbox. So, yeah, so that's exciting news about, getting the next project bike out of my head and actually onto a lift, which would be awesome. And yeah, I will be doing a lot of videos. I might be doing some of it live, which I think would be cool. Probably the first video would be live, getting the product, or, when the product shows up, getting it out of the boxes and onto the lift and starting to plan things out with, front end, because I'm going to have to mock the whole bike up complete 100% and then take it all apart and then send it out for paint.
Yep.
You
got to build it, unbuild it, and then build it again.
Yep. Hey, Six, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
Oh, come on. Go back. Go back. There we go. I'm still here. It was me. I'm getting a message, and I'm on my phone, so it's screwing me up.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you.
In the mail to you soon, buddy.
Probably so I may have to jump off here real soon. So I was gonna pick your brain for a minute before we have to part ways.
Don't pick too much. You don't have much left.
Well, I'd rather pick your brain than pick your nose. So hopefully in the next day or so, or sometime in this next week, I'm going to put a new rear on the Road King. What?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I'm sorry.
Did you just say new rear on the Road King wife?
Yep. What do you think?
So, I've gone through. Okay, so I've gone through 2 Dunlops. I went the recommended tire size and recommended tire and all that, and I'm getting around 8K out of my rear tire, which I know isn't right.
No.
But I've installed it, checked everything. I had the second one had it professionally installed. Nobody's telling me there's anything wrong with it or nothing. It's not off track. I'm hard on the tire, but I don't think I'm that hard on it.
Are you doing burnout?
No, I mean, I leave hard and sometimes get a little slippage, but I'm not doing burnouts.
Right.
But there is a difference. Like I said, I am hard on it, but I know other people that are harder on their tires and get more life out of them.
What do you run for tire pressure?
I try to keep it in the rear. I keep it about 42.
That's a little high.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd run about 38 in the back.
Yeah,
This way I have a little bit more traction on all my bikes.
Yeah.
And so
you think that might be wearing it a little faster because I'm more on the ball of it?
Absolutely.
And it's not sitting as flat as it should?
Correctly. Because
I mean,
you get the mileage you get out of a Shinko, which is half the price.
We'll see. Okay, so there's my next question. I'm not. I know it might be partly my fault, but I'm getting really disenchanted with Dunlop tires. So, what is an alternative that's not going to break me? That's not going to empty my wallet? That I'm going to get. I was thinking Michelin. There's Michelin. There's Avon's. I think Bridgestone makes a tire.
The Michelin Commander 3 is a good tire.
Are they really expensive though?
Yeah, they're a little bit more money than the Dunlops. Also, another good tire is the Metzler Cruise Tech tire.
I have Metzlers on my sport bikes. I like Metzlers.
Yeah. But Corey's right. Pressure is the key. You want to have pressure. Gremlin says 35 to 38 is where you should be. And so, yeah, you want to back that tire pressure down to about 38 PSI in the back.
Okay.
I guarantee you, believe it or not, you'll get better traction.
Am I still going to be able to ride 2 up with that pressure? Or am I going to have to?
Absolutely. Because when you ride 2 up, it's sprung weight at that point.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. But I also have leaky air shocks in the rear. So it may not be sprung weight.
Yeah.
I want to get a set of progressives for the back end too. I'm tired of these. They're factory crappy 2006 factory Harley air shocks, and they weren't that good to begin with, let alone however many years old they are now. What are they, 17 years old?
Yep.
So I'm thinking about getting some progressives to put on the back of it, something I can adjust.
Yep. I mean, progressives are not expensive, where things like Olin's or Legends, which I like, suspension.
Yeah, I like Olin's, but I just can't afford that.
Right. They're all the money.
Yeah, they are all the money.
Ciro says the Metzler 880 is a great tire.
I was thinking about going dark side. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the 888 is a good tire too.
Yeah.
So definitely, I believe it's a tire pressure issue. If you're going through tires 8,000 miles on a Dunlop, that is a tire pressure issue. It could be a tire manufacturer issue, but if you're doing 2 of them in a row, that's not a manufacturing issue. That's a user error.
Yeah, I'm not even getting a full year out of a tire. So, and this is twice in a row.
Well, full year for me is 15,000 miles.
I average about 10. I average about 10, and I'm getting 8 to 8,500 out of my tires, so it's not lasting me a full year.
Yeah. Roman says he's been running Mission Commanders 3 since January. They upgraded the sidewalls and have long mileage.
And are those good all-weather tires too? Because I have to think about that because I ride in the rain a lot up here. So
Yep. And Tweedle says the Cruise Techs, they're awesome. And then Corey goes, no dark side. They aren't designed to be loaded that way. And I agree.
I know I was joking about that, but since my bobber is not going to be ridden all the time very fast, I'm thinking about doing an old school dark side on the back of that just to be funny about it.
Yep.
Because I like the way they look. And
Yep.
I'm not going to push that hard or ride it long distances, so it doesn't matter that much. It's not a canyon carver anyways.
Yeah. So I would definitely.
I ride the piss out of my Road King, and I throw that places where only sport bikes dread to go or dare to go. So I need to have a good tire on the back that's going to hold up to me whipping it around all over the place on an 850-pound bike.
Steve says he was down to about 20 psi in his rear tire today after riding 100 miles. But I have a nail in it.
Oh,
Wow. That affects your tire pressure and your tire balance.
Yeah. Oh, I just thought of something, and it hasn't dawned on me until now. And this may be a silly thought, but I have Fix-A-Flat in that back tire. Could that be affecting it at all?
Nope.
No, not an issue.
Nope. And I don't use a traditional wheel balancer anymore when I balance wheels. I'll either use Ride Right or Balance Beads.
I'm thinking about doing that on my next one.
Yep.
Because I'm thinking about trying to change the tire myself. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to get like balance beads or something, because obviously I don't have a rotation machine, so I can't balance it on my own. I can swap the tire out, but then I don't want to put a bouncy tire on there.
Yeah.
But I guess balance beads are pretty easy, right?
Yeah. You just got to put the right amount of weight in your tire to your tire size. Like on road glides and street glides, the specials, about 2.5 ounces in the rear and 2 ounces in the front of balance beads. Tiger says he's getting 15,000 miles out of his Michelin.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I really wish I could do that.
Yeah, that's what I get out of Dunlops.
But my thing is if I have to pay 50% more for a better tire that lasts me twice as long, then I'm even money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the Dunlops are, I think it's 440s. I think I'm using or something like that.
Yep.
It's whatever was recommended on there. But it was, God, I don't know how much. It was like $260 or something like that. So do that twice. That's $500. If I got to pay $400 for a tire that's going to last me 2 years, I'm even money.
Yeah.
Minus the cost of changing the tire one of the times.
Yep. Ray's News Network is on. Hey, Ray, how you doing, buddy? Here's the link if you want to jump on. And Corey says, yeah, you'd save on the labor doing it yourself.
Yeah. It shouldn't be any harder than doing a car or truck tire, right?
No, I mean, just the hardest thing I got to do is break the bead. You got tubes or no?
Not on this one.
Okay. So you save a little bit of money on the tubes and the wheel straps.
Yeah, that that was a hard lesson to learn for a beginner. On my bobber, I have spokes, so it's got 2 brims, and the tire was gone on the back of it, so I was going to replace it. I've got another similar bike laying around, and I was going to just swap the tires, and I thought it was going to be easy, but I couldn't get it off, so I sawzalled the damn tire off to make it easier to get off. I was in a hurry, and halfway through, I realized that it had an inner tube. So that now I got to buy a new tube. That sounds like Eddie. All right. I might have to get off here. My driveway's rumbling.
Okay. No worries, dog. Have a good one. And
It's
we're bringing
Sunday.
Tweedle D in.
All right. I will, as soon as I'm done with my company, I'll come back in the side chat, buddy.
You got it.
All right. Thanks, man. See you in a while.
Hey, Slim Jim, what's up? Hey, Tweedle, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
You getting
I was,
excited for that?
Playing
Yeah.
with this little guy today.
Oh, there you go. You do realize you'll have to edit it in their software and then re-edit it in whatever you use to produce.
Yeah, it made me go and download the app and
Yep.
do all that.
Register
crap
it.
and yeah, I hadn't even done nothing with the computer yet.
Yeah. But I have one. I like it. You get some pretty cool shots depending on where you put it. Be careful. Don't do what Determined Veteran did. I don't know if you saw his video. He mounted his camera up on the lower fairing support. And when he went to take a right turn, the front tire went to turn. He ended up laying his bike down at a very low speed. You know, he bruised his ankle, but that was about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna mount that. I'm gonna pull one of the screws off the windshield and mount that on there.
Oh,
And
there
then
you go.
just, do the on the rod. That way I can extend it out if I want to.
I put mine on the engine guard before. I've put it off the sissy bar on the back.
Have you used
And-
one of these? Let me spin it. There we go.
The mic,
Yeah, USB-C mic.
I have the USB-C mic adapter, and I've used Rode wireless mics. And then I use the I have a Rode mic that actually wraps around your head and the back, and there's a long enough cable that I could plug in.
Well, this one here, it actually works. Just plugging it in. You don't even need an adapter. But I think I'm gonna stick this underneath where the radio is, up under there.
Yep.
Because the top of the dash will be here in the windshield.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering how much wind that's going to cut, and I'll just plug it in and just run a half shell from now on once I get the bike up here.
Well, that's going to be a test you're going to have to do.
Yep. Yeah, I have plenty of time to do it down there.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a long part sheet already.
Well, you could scratch off LED front turn signals.
Let's see if I even have them on here. Yeah, I do.
Because I'm actually, you're going to have to pull the housings off of yours and use the housings I'm giving you, because they're the CVO style plug. It's not the 1157 plug.
Ah, are they
But-
still the bullet style, or are they like flush
Oh,
metal?
they're bullet style.
Okay, no, that's cool. Are they black or chrome?
They're black.
Sweet.
Black is beautiful, baby.
Exactly.
You know,
I've actually been pondering getting black tappet covers and push rod sleeves. Seeing how they're going to be tearing it apart for stage 2.
yes,
yeah.
Corey, I've installed a couple sets of Woods 222s.
Corey is hell bent on me getting a cup holder. He said that's the first upgrade I need to do to it.
Well, you know, you're going to have someplace to put your coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
Well, okay. The whiskey flask
Mm.
or the Mountain Dew.
Spit bottle. There we go. That'll
There you
work.
go.
I quit smoking then.
There you go. Definitely gotta have someplace to put your spit can, because you don't want to spit all over your friends. And you don't want to gut load either.
well, I have a feeling when I get up here, it's going to be a learning experience, to say the least. Because I'm used to slinging that breakout like it's a crotch rocket. So
Yeah.
the road glide,
Well, you-
I'm worried about over leaning, which would
You'll be
probably be
fine.
what I run into.
You'll be fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Oh, I don't think I'll have too bad of an issue. The
No,
acceleration is going to be the biggest difference between the two bikes. The handling, it should be. If I can handle that breakout like it's a crotch rocket, I can handle that road glide. Should be no problem.
well, the one thing I really recommend you upgrade is that crappy seat.
Yes, I'm going with the Saddleman. It's the carbon uh, extended. Was it extended reach road sofa with the backrest?
Yep.
Yeah, I figured since I'm bumping the horsepower up, I might as well go ahead and try to do something to keep my butt on the seat.
Yep. Yep. So with you got the 107, right? Or 114?
117.
Oh, you got the ST.
Yep.
Okay. So with the ST, I know for a fact with a Zippers 468 cam, and I'm sure they're going to, take their time with clearances and everything for your lifters and, minimize the amount of drag. You should be getting right around 107 to 110 horse and anywhere from 125 to 130 foot-pounds of torque
I've already talked to him.
on a stage 2.
Yeah, he's already done a stage 2 117 ST and is hitting 130. And my
And
number,
did he change
my number's
injectors
supposed to be higher, but I'm not letting that number out until he
till
does it
after?
and hits it.
Did he change? I got question that is, I'm sure he changed the throttle body and
I don't
intake
honestly, I don't know
manifold
what all they changed.
from 55 to 64.
I know there's quite a bit of stuff going on with this bike.
Well, I'm sure you heard I ordered the HPI 70 millimeter
Mhm.
tunnel ram intake for Spaceball. Just ain't fast enough.
No, this one's going to be, if he pulls off the horsepower, it's going to shock everybody.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people's probably going to call BS, but if he's right at the target horsepower or even 5 horsepower close, I'll release the numbers because
a good chew of tobacco. It's a noggin.
yeah, I should have done that while I was there.
Did you hear I took one of those bikes out for a ride yesterday?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. Did you look like a monkey fucking a football too?
Not as bad as hell's because remember he's taller than me.
That was horrible. He hated that ride.
I went on a 7-mile loop. By halfway through it, my back was killing me.
It's because you sit in a position you ain't used to.
Yeah, and I even said in the videos, where's the turn signals on this stupid little thing?
Yeah, I didn't like how it was laid out on the bars and the dash.
No, I was very well. The whole dash, the whole ride, I thought there was like a cover over the odometer, but there wasn't because when I watched the video, you could see it flickering, but it wasn't registering speed, gear, turn, nothing.
Something screwed up with that bike.
Yeah, it's a Sportster S or Sportster, yes.
No, like legitly, because you said you hit second and just shut off.
It did.
And there's no gauge. The gauge should have been lit up with miles
It was
per
lit.
hour. And
it was lit, but it didn't. The whole video, you'll see it. It read 0 miles per hour.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that bike.
Was
it a demo day bike or was it showroom floor?
It was a showroom floor. What they did a 2023 demo rides with their inventory. They didn't have the demo truck. They didn't schedule the demo truck this year. They said they didn't want to have the demo truck this year. I'm like, well, that's kind of stupid.
Yeah, my dealership here is kind of lacking on a lot of their inventory for 23s. The last time I was there, like they only had one ST and it was a street glide.
Yeah, and
I'm not a Batwing fairing guy, so I just like I like the road glides. That the headlight, the shark nose, way to go.
Well, Henry, I don't know if you saw my dyno results from Project Spaceball. It's legit 140 horse at 160 foot-pounds of torque right now. And more to come.
Yeah, I hadn't actually just had the sit-down discussion with the builder yet. So I don't know what all he's throwing in it to achieve this number that he's wanting to get. And two, I got to talk to him too, because if it's something that's going to affect my touring, I might have him dial it down.
Yeah. Why?
Why would I have him dial it down?
Yeah.
Well, everybody's like talking about the box cams, like the off-the-shelf box cam. It's not going to be an off-the-shelf box cam. It's going to be a custom cam. So with that being said, that throws in a whole nother, ballpark of probable issues in the future.
Now, do you know if they're going to be upgrading the springs? The valve springs? No idea.
I told him how I ride and what I
Balls to the
kind of
wall.
wanted out of it. And he said, okay, here's I can get it to this horsepower and I'll take care of it.
This is what it cost.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have good Lord. But you got to think too, I'm also buying the Chromeworks 2-in-1 Outlaw exhaust with the tip because they sell the tips separate.
Just the tip?
Yeah, just the tip separate. The tuner, the cam chest, the oil pump, and the intake. The intake is their own. So I don't know what they sell them for though. So I'm pretty much guesstimating. I'm like, dang, this is going to be. Whew. I just don't want to get down there and be like, oh, yeah, well, we kind of overshot or undershot. And we need another grand, 2,000. Be like, no.
You're a funny guy.
Parts are already getting, I got enough budgeted out for a lot of parts, but it could change if the company did decide they wanted to work with me. If they don't, no biggie. I got it all pretty much set. Well, I got my list over here. Well, and there will be probably two companies I'd have to drop off.
Yep.
But it would still be doable within a year to have it complete. So,
yeah. I can't wait to see that can't wait to see that in Daytona next year if you're going.
I'm going to have to go now. I'm
bringing Spaceball down.
Yeah.
And with that Sawicki, I mean, it's loud now, but with the Sawicki exhaust, that thing's just going to be even louder.
I've heard the brand before, but I've never heard them in person. So I'm just wondering.
They're louder than D&D. They're louder than Two Brothers. And they get better dyno numbers between those two.
Yeah, I can't believe the Vance and Hines was as bad as it was on yours.
Well, it's a good pipe for stage one.
Yeah.
Because the problem with that Vance and Hines pipe, it's designed for stage one because it's 1 7/8 coming right out of the flange.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose a lot of exhaust pressure and exhaust speed. So what Sawicki does is it stepped down to 1 3/4 inches coming off the head for about 8 to 9 inches, and it steps up to the 2-inch. So you get the exhaust speed coming out and the back pressure that you need at the head. You're not relying on the back pressure going all the way down where it collects into the 2-in-1.
Yeah.
And the welds on that thing are absolutely gorgeous, and they're all hand welded.
And I've seen pictures of them, but
Yep. And a lifetime guarantee on construction of that pipe. So,
Well, I guess I'll have that on my plan for next year because I'll have my bike done by then.
oh,
Whatever
absolutely.
I don't have done to it. But yeah, I mean, I'm going full performance bagger with this thing. Yeah, I am kind of going off because I am having a 2-up seat and I am going to get a tour pack.
Nothing
But
wrong with that.
the tour pack is pretty much for traveling or when the girlfriend's on the back. Other than
Yep.
that, probably gonna be sitting in here in the bedroom.
Hey, what's
Or
up? My done life is here.
I get down to Florida, I'll just take it off and leave it
Yeah.
for Dave. So
That's the beauty part of a detachable tour pack.
yep.
You know,
Because
I've
I'm
been
not putting
thinking
any
again.
lights on the tour pack either.
Oh, I did it originally with the King, but then when my wife and I were traveling a lot and we're going through New York City, I says, you know what? I'm going to light the shit out of it because I want people in New York City to know I'm stopping or turning.
My done life, I currently have a 2016 breakout that I am trading in here shortly, waiting on my refi to close. And I'll be going down to Florida and picking up a Road Glide ST that I'm actually building into a performance bagger to a point. I really hate saying performance bagger because I'm really not going up on jug size.
Well, it'll be a 117 ish.
Yeah, 117.5.
Ish. I like the ish because it leaves a lot for interpretation.
Yeah, well, I guess I ain't really gonna know until I get their dyno sheet, which to me dyno numbers really don't mean a whole lot.
No, because if you can't write it,
Exactly. And am I gonna let's say for instance he put 150 horsepower in it. Am I gonna be able to get that out of that bike? Not for a while. Yeah, I kind of recall seeing that, but I don't remember who it was.
it's some real old guy.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't fall over and break his hip.
yeah. If I remember right, he had on like some hemp sandals and like a toga.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
Corey, everybody needs big jugs to be happy.
Well, I mean, I guess 117 bigger jugs than a 114, but way bigger than a 110. But I do want to leave some on the table that way in like a year or two I can get the heads on it.
Yep.
And
Congratulations, done life on your Ultra CVO, man. That's awesome.
heck yeah. Sportster and Adana.
Yeah. Corey says Santa did that tour pack video.
Santa did. I have to look it up.
The skinny Santa. So yeah, I'm looking forward to you getting it. I can't wait till you're actually riding it and enjoying it. That's going to be something fun for you.
I think I might have ticked somebody off.
Why?
Oh, Monkey's video. I can't believe you didn't put a blanket or a towel on your tailgate when he's putting that freshly painted cap on there. And somebody said the truck has a bed and a tailgate liner. Chill, it won't scratch. I don't know about that.
A lot of his supporters, nothing against them, they are very passionate about protecting him.
Oh, it was a joke anyway.
I know, and I love Monkey. I love him to death. I love him to death.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy was. I never seen his name before.
Yeah.
So had to be one of his fans. He's probably over there laughing.
Yeah. That's funny because usually, people get very protective of who they watch and who they, support for some reason. Let's see. Dunlife says, I dropped the CVO coming out of a parking lot last week. No damage, but hurt my pride. More mad I wasn't. Yeah. Well, you know what? Better to hurt your pride than your bike or yourself.
Mm-hmm. God, that's one thing I'm worried about. I'm really worried about dropping it.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I got my CVO, in less than a week, we took it to Laconia. Well, when we got to the hotel, it was supposed to rain that night. So I said, you know what? I'm going to put a trash bag over the seat. So when we get up in the morning, we don't have wet asses. Well, trying to put the seat back on with the trash bag, and there's the tour pack there. I couldn't see it, and I scratched the fender. The bike didn't even have 700 miles on it, and I got it first scratch. Oh, well, nothing I can do about it now.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to happen. They were talking about throwing rocks at the bike before I even left. Just go ahead and get its first scratch out the way.
Well, I still think hell should fart on it for you.
No, he claimed he's going to teabag it, and we might have to switch it out with a different one at the last minute.
Well, I sit there and go, didn't happen unless it's on video. He was always breaking my balls about doing a burnout with Spaceball. I says, I need to see one with yours. And
I've actually seen his burnout.
I have. He didn't put it on video. He's too chicken.
Oh, he's got to fix his stator right now. He's burnt that out.
That's not my problem.
Yeah, they need a tire sponsor for sure. I have a feeling I won't get in that same boat here shortly.
Yep. So, if it's not on video, it didn't happen. That's why I did that burnout video. I even said, here you go, Hells. This is for you.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
And I did that, and I started in second gear. Probably could have started in third.
Dang. I guess Corey's going to go and make a response on that. Leave it to Corey to start stirring the pot.
Yep.
Yeah, I am going to get crash bars. Problem is, it takes 4 weeks to get them.
4 weeks?
Yeah, because I'm going with the...
I ordered a set from... what's that company's name?
Centuro?
Give me a second. From SBC down in Daytona on March 7th.
Dang.
I messaged them last week saying, hey, any update on this order? And they're like, yes, we're running behind. Should be another 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, Centuro Fabworks is saying it takes like 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So, because I'm going with the Nachi Daddy's crash bars, front and rear.
Yep.
And then I'm getting the wheel adapters for them and throwing skateboard wheels on them. So I know I'll catch all kinds of jokes from that from people that don't know what they're for.
Yep.
Say they're training wheels. But it keeps me from tearing up my crash bar if I do lean too fast in a turn. That's the whole reason why I'm doing it.
Henry, that Crane Cam HI4 timing mod, that works well. Much better than the stock ignition system. I've put one in for somebody here. It worked well. Was there a performance gain? No, but there definitely was a better spark at the spark plug. I would definitely do it. If you're going to do it, get the ignition, get the coil, upgrade your wires, and put new plugs in it, and you would be really happy.
I got a question for you that I haven't heard anybody ask you.
What's that?
Did you change the throttle as far as going? I think the stock's 10-1 or 12-1. Did you change that and go down lower?
Oh, for throttle sensitivity?
Yeah.
Yes.
What'd you go to?
On the tuner, you have normal, performance, race, and then there's like full on. I forget what they call it. I went to the full on.
So that's probably the equivalent to a 1-to-1.
Yeah.
You barely got to crack your wrist to have that thing wide open, right?
No, about 3/4.
Yeah, because I've been wondering what I'm gonna go to because I'm used to stock, so I can't remember if that's like a 10-to-1 or a 12-to-1. But I was thinking it might get pushed down to like 5-to-1 or something.
Yeah. And Corey, yeah, I probably could have started it in 6th gear, but why show off?
Those big
It's got,
bores, man.
it's got all the torque for it.
I mean, those big bores, you can pretty much just let the clutch out and it won't even die. Hell's won't, anyways. I've seen that.
Yep. It will retard depending on the signal coming off your VOS, which is on top by your throttle body. There's a VOS sensor that works off of vacuum pressure. And as the vacuum pressure increases, because you know more and more throttle input, that'll actually retard the timing for you. That's the nice thing about an electronic ignition. And it advances it back to stock or where you set it. Because when you set it, there's a series of, there's an LED light that you have to rotate it to get the light to come on, lock it in, and then from there you could time it with the bike idling and warmed up, of course. Yeah. And another thing about shovels is if you have the old ignition, definitely carry a file, a screwdriver, a matchbook, and an extra set of points. Gremlin would agree with me on that, and Zen, I'm sure you would too.
I'll actually say that all depends on the rider. Because there's some riders that's got fast bikes that, you know, really can't stay with a 103 or a 110.
Yeah. Well, the dip switches are a set and forget, depending on what you want out of it. It's been 2 years since I put one in, so I'm trying to remember 2 years ago what I did to tune it in for them.
Don't ask me. I ain't got a clue on that one.
Yep. Grandma says 1340 shovel all day. Hey, I agree. I'll take one. Yeah, no more points. That's a smart move.
Mm-hmm.
That's a smart move because I can't tell you how many times I know people with shovels were out riding and their bike dies and we're filing the points and resetting the gap with the matchbook and away we go.
No, I really had that thought of not paying my breakout off and trading it in.
Really?
I had that thought of keeping the breakout and getting the ST, but I'm
That
like, I
is-
won't be able to
that is
do
an
nothing to the ST.
That is an option. I mean, what would Tweedle be without the bass boat?
No, I'm just gonna have to make the ST kind of stick out. I think the way I'm going with it, I think it's going to stick out. I'm not going to lose it in the sea of black bikes. I know that much. But you never know.
My done life, it can be streetable, but now you're really limiting yourself on where you can get fuel. Unless they have a map for it and tuned it off of just regular pump gas. But that much power on an air-cooled motor, they're probably pulling a whole lot of timing out of it, so it's not detonating, or they're added a third injector. So I don't know. I would like to see Spaceballs get up to 250 horse, but I'm not spending all the money on a turbo system. I talked to Trask down in Daytona, and we, designed a kit for the bike, and he says, "Oh, it's not that bad." I'm like, "Oh, okay, maybe 4 or 5 grand." Yeah, 10 grand.
Yeah.
I looked at him and said, "Thanks for your time. I'm not throwing another 10 grand at this bike. Can't do it."
It does come to a point where you lose money,
Oh, I've already lost money.
but at the same time, like this ST right now, I got a hell of a deal, so I'm trading in because it's that time. I know I'm not going to get that deal ever again.
Yep.
And with what I'm taking out, I did look at their 135 crate motor.
Yep.
I did think about it for a second.
You know the difference between the 131 and the 135? How they achieved the extra 4 cubic inches is they took the wrist pin and the piston and moved it closer to the top of the dome of the piston.
Reposition.
Yep. So the diameter of the piston's the same. It's just the piston's not going up that much further into the cylinder to get that extra 4 cubic inches. What's that mean in performance? Apparently it performs very well. I look at it as a stroked 131. And they put in the Screaming Eagle cam plate and oil pump as well. But they still have the plastic anti-rotational tappet cuffs. And I think those things are garbage. I don't think they belong in any Harley motor. Just like the plastic intake manifold that comes on stock bikes. I think they're garbage.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure that one's gone on my build.
Yeah, an intake manifold.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's gonna have to be to achieve the numbers that he's wanting to get.
Yeah, and you're definitely not sticking at 55. I guarantee you're probably going to 64 or 60 millimeter.
Probably. I don't know what all he's doing to it. I ain't actually got down there to see what I'm buying. You just hear numbers, you're like, ooh.
Okay. What's up, Nori? How you doing, buddy? Fat Glide is back, I guess.
Oh, gliding.
Yep. Plastic components are just crap on an engine. I agree. Especially when you're paying all that money for a bike and you get plastic. My 131, I paid all the money for it and it had the plastic anti-rotational cuffs. It had the standard cam plate, the standard oil pump that you would get on a 21 or a 22, or even now a 23 bike. I just couldn't believe it. It's a Screaming Eagle engine. Why not put all the best Screaming Eagle parts on it?
They got to do something to cut costs.
Yeah. But I will say this. That is minimal compared to when I measured the run out on the pinion shaft coming out through the cam chest and the output shaft on the left side of the motor. The total run out between the two was 0.03 of an inch. That's like 1.5 thousandths total on each side. So that's very acceptable as far as a Harley crank assembly. Consider Harley says 12 thousandths is acceptable for run out at the pinion shaft.
Mm-hmm.
And I told the dealership where I bought it, I says, look, I'm going to measure that pinion run out. If it's more than 6 thousandths, I'm going to give it back to you and tell you it's a defective motor. Because if you're like, what do you mean? I'm like, listen, this is a hand-built motor, right? You have to order it, and they're Screaming Eagle division builds the motor per order. It goes, well, yeah. So it's a hand-built motor. That crank should have no more than 6 thousandths run out.
It'd be a little nice hand built. It should be perfect all the way through.
It should, but you never get perfection. Unless you're going to spend the $2,000 for a balanced light and flywheel that's keyed and welded and.
Yep.
And again, that's all the money.
Yeah, I mean, because see, I
Thanks,
played with
Maury,
that
I
idea.
appreciate it.
I played with the idea of keeping the brake out, played with the idea of getting rid of it, getting a new one, throwing the 135 in it, played with the idea of stage two. And just money wise, it's more achievable going stage two for me and
And you
almost
know
having
what?
the bike completely built out.
That's where you get the most bang for your dollar is a stage two.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond stage two, it costs a whole lot of money, right? To achieve the numbers I got.
Yeah, because I think the heads are going to be $4,000, give or take. That's just the heads.
Yeah. Also, you're getting different heads.
No. I will eventually.
Right.
I'm just going to get the stage two now, and there's going to be other things that he puts in it, but heads are not on it.
We have a support group for that, Nori, and you're welcome. You're in it.
Well, his nightmares is me outrunning him,
Well,
which I don't think that's going to happen for a little while. I got to get used to that thing.
Well, I think his nightmare is also of Noggin outrunning him.
And it could be, I still have flashbacks. When I went riding with DDK and Ray, I had flashbacks of parts falling off.
Yeah. That's the PTSD kicking in.
Yep.
Come on,
Gremlin,
Nori, join us.
Gremlin, that's what I'm doing. I'm voiding that warranty right out the gate.
Yeah.
Because my game plan is to pick it up on a Friday or Saturday, maybe even Sunday, just depending on the day I close, and get the check. One issue I'm gonna face is I was told that it could take 3 weeks to get my title for the breakout, which is no good. I'm gonna have to call them up and tell them I want it that day. And if they're like, no, it's gonna take 3 weeks, then I'm gonna talk to the bank to see if I can just trade it in. Huh?
Good night, Henry. Who did the financing?
That's credit union in Knoxville.
Well, they could send it right to the dealership.
Yeah, that's all the stuff I got to find out because I'm trying to get down there and get everything done this coming month. Yeah, we did not have any part failures. No.
Yeah.
I thought Ray's bike was about to blow up though.
See, Fat Guy's got it right. He has a distinct advantage. His bike automatically it loses weight automatically.
Yeah.
What's up, Road Reality? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Let's see. Tweedo, you have to focus on something else because...
Dude, my hearing was gone for 2 days after riding behind Ray. Wear earplugs. Yes, he's got true duals on it with the Shark Road.
Yep.
He said they were like 4.5-inch slip-ons.
Yep. They're loud.
I've rode behind him when he had those on before in no tune, but it was different this past time, man. It was such a high pitch to it that my ears rang for 2 days and I could hardly hear anything.
Yeah. Well, with Spaceball, I've, come to the conclusion before I started riding it with the new motor and everything that I'm going to wear a full face helmet. I mean, I think that's the smartest decision I could do. And A701, and even with the full face helmet, my ears really ring after riding it, 30, 40 miles. People at the Cackleberry, when I start leaving there in the morning, are going to hate me. No matter how quiet I try and leave.
Well, you heard Hell's bike. What's the difference in the two? Because I know there's a difference.
Yeah, there is. I think they're going to be very similar when I get the Sawicki Speed on there with the 70 millimeter intake manifold and throttle bodies and tunnel ram intake. And I think that's going to bring it very close to Hell's decibel level. So I can imagine Hells and I rolling down I-495 and
Well,
waking up all of Florida.
that builder is the same one that's doing mine, and all his bikes sound totally different than every other Harley that gets built and tuned. He's got you can tell his builds from everybody else's. So I'm really curious to see what this 117 is going to sound like.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, I'll fix that for you. Surprised my wife didn't pick up on that.
I didn't even see what it said.
Damn it.
Loops. The heck is loops?
That better? Hey, Kelfire's here. The Queen. They cut down on noise without blocking the hearing. Yeah, what are loops? Like Fruit Loops?
Are they the old furry earmuffs?
Do they look like the Princess Leia ones?
Good question.
No, stand on one leg and hop. Bark like a dog. A big
Boy,
dog.
I know who I won't be riding behind.
Yeah.
Loops or earplugs?
I have to
You
look
should just
into
say
it.
earplugs.
Yeah.
I had earplugs in that Ray gave me because we left Oliver Springs and made it down to North City, and I was like, my ears were already ringing. He's like, here, man, I got a lot of earplugs here. Just rip the string off. I'm like, all right. I ripped them off, shoved them in my ear. This one's sealed perfect. This one sounded like it was sealed perfect until I got on the interstate. And I took off down the interstate and told DDK, I was like, right behind him, tell me what you think of that exhaust.
Well,
and I was like, when you get done with it, I was like, just come around him. He'll get behind you, and then I'll get behind him.
Well, I hit the beautiful speed of a $140 yesterday
Haven't done that on a Harley.
on that little ass bike.
What did it max out on the dyno?
142.
Huh.
It's in the video. The Dyno Tune video.
I didn't catch it.
Oh. When that was first on there, that bike was not happy. It had D-cell pop at every RPM range.
I'm wondering if that's actually part of what is with Ray's, because he said he's working on it. It's loud. I'm working on it. I wonder if it's part of its tune, because the sound, the audible sound it was getting, really didn't seem to me like it came from the slip-ons. It could be because it was true dual, but
yeah,
I don't know.
So Ray says it's loud, and I'm working on it too.
Yeah, we're trying to find him a stock head pipe or 2-in-1. 2-in-1 would wake that bike up.
Oh, absolutely.
No, HD Traveler, I had to share the wealth.
Always. Oh, she sent me the link for the loop earplugs. Let me go on Instagram and grab that link and share it with everybody here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I lost one of my earplugs on the way back up.
Well, if they're in your ear, you won't lose them.
It was in my ear. It got sucked out of my ear.
Good God, how fast were you going?
At that particular time, I think I hit like 120. I was screwing around with DDK, see what he would do, and I took off, and he was back there, but he wasn't trying to chase me or nothing.
There's the link to the earplugs that Kelpfire sent me. Thank you, Kelpfire. I'm going to share the wealth of knowledge with everybody here.
See if I can even copy it.
What's her name? Well, I'll tell you what, Kelpfire, I'm going to do this for you.
Oh, I've never seen any like that.
Yeah. And fat
Seems
glide,
like
you get-
they'd irritate the crap out of your ears with a full face on.
Yep. Fat Glide and Kelpfire, I just made you both moderators. Air Force.
Her name was Wind.
Her name was Wind. Speed and Wind.
Gremlin and I retired from the Air Force, and I still needed them. It was actually like being behind a jet.
I tell you, when I was in Kandahar and I was driving our little bus that went at the backside of the departure end of the runway, and a couple F-16s took off, and it timed perfect. When I crossed the center line of the runway, they were right up over me. I had no hearing for a day and a half because, when they take off, it's full afterburn. Coolest thing I saw at night, man, was the flame trail behind them.
Oh yeah, that was always good.
goddamn thing after that for 2 days.
The B1s would do the same thing. They actually had to be ran every hour. So when we was out working on our planes, they would start them up, and you couldn't hear crap.
Wow.
DDK, that's what I was thinking. He said those look like some kind of weird sex toy.
Yeah, just like Taco Bell, full afterburn. But just think how far, and fact line, with power comes great privilege. The bones sound like rockets. But it was the coolest thing I saw with those F-16s taking off with the flame trail behind them. I tell you, it was the coolest thing I ever saw. Other than a AC C-130 clearing the LZ for us.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
Pinpoint accuracy at 30,000 feet doing an orbit, and they're hitting pinpoint accurate on a 10-digit grid, which is within 2 feet. I mean,
It just
cool.
demolishes
I never
everything.
saw the plane. I heard it on the radio, and I seen the results of them clearing the LZ, but I never saw the plane.
Yeah, I had a buddy that actually worked on those. He used to get the shells off of them. That kind of surprised me, the size of the shells too.
130 millimeter.
That's what I was on, was the KC-135s.
Yeah, and they had the Gatling guns on there as well, and
Mhm. I was let's see, 3 planes at the time that the Air Force had that was mail planes.
Yep.
Because
I was
they had the
vaping
boom to
on
drop
a,
down to pass gas.
strawberry donut. I'll be switching over to the coffee next. What's up, Droop? Droop is in the house. The fellow Goldwing owner. How is that Goldwing doing, Droop?
I was a hydraulic mechanic, Evil.
I was just a flight engineer on Chinook helicopters.
did the hydraulics on the KC-135, which for some reason also included removal of the boom and everything back there with the boom that was 90% gas.
That beard vape is amazing. Loved it when I could get it. Can't get it anymore. None of the vape shops around here get it. Like the coffee flavor I picked up today, it's a cappuccino from Hookah Drip. Let's see. The spread was, yeah, within inches. Yeah. But I would be considered a flight engineer on Chinook helicopters is like a load master.
So Road Reality, was his name Bob? I knew I served with a guy that I think it was Nam, but he was shot down 4 times in helicopters.
Wow. I honestly, I've never crash landed a helicopter. I had to do a couple emergency landings, which is land as soon as possible, which means put it down now. We had 5 transmissions aboard the helicopter, and the most important transmission was the combining transmission where the inputs from the engines go to, and it then would split the drive to the forward and aft main rotors. And if that one broke, you lost all sync of the rotor systems. You could have a midair collision with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I remember putting down just north of the Delaware River, and I pulled out the debris screen, and I could read serial numbers on gears.
So that was the one that looks like a 46, but it's got
a lot bigger. Yes,
it's a little bit bigger, but it's still got the dual full blades.
Yep. When
we had some of those land on the ship when I was in the Navy.
Yep, we had a. We went up to Ali. Was it not Ali Al Salim? It was up in Kuwait. I mean Iraq. The Marine base up there, Al Assad. We landed in Al Assad. We were picking up ramps to bring back down to Lille. And as I'm doing my post-flight inspection, tying up the rotor blades and all that for the night, we had a 46 taxi in and parked next to us. And the crew chief stepped off the back, looked at my helicopter, goes, "God damn, that thing's big." I looked at him, "Oh, how cute. You got a baby one." Yeah, Tiger Chinook. I loved flying on. Best job in the Army, I could tell you, was flying. And to me, it was the best aircraft in the Army because I could do so much with it. I've carried Black Hawks. I've done paradrop missions. Inserted special operations, pinnacle landings off of buildings and mountaintops and sand dunes, and just.
I think I was aircrew 4 times, and I loved it. I love flying though. So,
yeah. The only thing I didn't get to do that I always wanted to do was a ship landing. We were going to do ship quals while we were in Kuwait, ready to go into Iraq. But theater commander says, nope, there's no need for you guys to do ship quals because you probably won't go out to, land on ships aboard. I'm like, damn it.
I
haven't done any water landings either. I wanted to do that.
I don't know if I'd want to land in the water.
Why not? Chinook, we could land in the water as long as we have a minimum of 50% fuel in the tanks. We can actually shut down the engines and the APU and stay afloat. Well, we had to put we have to prep for it, put the plugs in the bottom of the airframe, make sure that we had more than 50% water, 50% fuel in the tanks, and a sea state of 2 or less, and a fixed point. That's always required for us to do water landings.
Yeah, I never seen them do a water landing.
Pick up Zodiac boats out in the water.
Well, I've seen the 46s do that, but they was kind of inclined a little bit with the ramp down, and the back
Yep.
end in.
Yeah, well, with the Chinook, all the weight's on the back, so it would be a nose high landing, but never got to do that either.
Yeah. I have an issue with jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. Wouldn't do
Why?
it.
I've done it plenty of times. I got 35 jumps in the Army. Extra
Uh,
$110 a month for jump pay, and that's righteous bucks.
nah, a lot of faith in a chute. My luck, it wasn't open.
And if you're on the jump manifest, let's say I was on the jump manifest for tomorrow, I couldn't work past 1700, and I didn't work at all that next day.
Like
So my job for the day was to jump, and that was it.
it's like downtime with pilots and air crew. Crew rest.
8 hours. I used to use that all the time, man. I used to go in on drill weekends, and I would fly goggles on Saturday night till about 2 o'clock in the morning during the summer, and have to show up for first formation. I go into one of the Chinooks in the hangar, and I stretch out on the 3-man seats, and I start going to sleep, or I'll pull my hammock out and clip it up. First sergeant come by and start yelling. I'm like, "What are you doing, Top? I'm managing my crew rest. I flew at 2 o'clock in the morning last night, and I was here at 6. Now I got to start all over." And then he'd storm off pissed off because he knew I was right. Nah, I don't want to land in trees. Sorry. Tree limbs break limbs. That goes before me. Come on.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to land in the jungle either.
No. I don't even want to go down on a jungle penetrator. Like I said, tree limbs work. Sea gliding, you were in the wrong unit, man. I was with 1st of the 82nd Aviation. We were actually stationed on Pope Air Force Base, so we had to follow a lot of Air Force rules.
Yeah, Air Force gets some things right.
Army Aviation, almost Air Force. Every time we deployed, almost every time I deployed, I was on an Air Force base. It's either that or a Spec Ops base. And there you had 3 hot a day. You had 2-man rooms. I was a platoon sergeant, so I had my own room. And life was good on deployment.
Y'all was the ones that had the day off when the Army Air Corps went and became the Air Force. So
yep,
y'all didn't know that change had happened.
Yep.
I have seen a lot of the rappelling out of helicopters.
Yep. I've rigged my helicopter for fast rope. I fast rope guys out. We repelled guys out. The fast rope guys are awesome.
I say
gliding was infantry. He didn't score that high on the ASVAB, I guess.
I'd say
but I give you guys a lot of credit, man. Guys that go in kicking indoors and doing all that shit, man. My hat's off to you. You did a job I wasn't willing to do.
I wouldn't have had no problem doing that.
Repelling.
I just wanted to work with aircraft.
Never played spades. Infantry is the deuce. Are you kidding me? You can't survive your time in the service without playing spades.
Everybody plays it at least 3 or 4 times.
Especially when you're sitting there on weather hold, you can't take off, you can't leave the airfield. You're sitting there at the Haas and just waiting on the call to cancel. And what do? You break out a deck of cards and everybody plays spades. Or we went into one of the other rooms where they had a rock band set up to play on Nintendo, and we had it all hooked up.
I think the coolest thing I'd seen in the Navy was, well, actually, I've seen a lot of cool planes in there, but the Harriers.
Oh, yeah.
Those things were They were something. Especially if
I
they was in line and I had to refuel them, and their crew chief would run up with the water hose to put on top and fill up the water tank. I'd have to
Mhm.
disconnect and walk off, and they'd start getting pissed because I wasn't filling. It's like, well, we told y'all quit getting on top.
Yep. I saw a Harrier jump jet in San Antonio, Texas. I was ferrying my aircraft from Corpus Christi, Texas to Fort Lewis, Washington, and we landed there for the night. And as I'm tying it down, we're walking off, and there's a Harrier jump jet parked at the same paddock we were at. I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Mhm.
I looked around, nobody was around. I took a whole bunch of pictures of it.
Yeah, when we had them on the ship, they mainly used the whole ship and took off like a normal
Really?
plane. Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
Drew. Have a good night, buddy.
they did burn a lot of fuel, a lot of fuel. I think most of it was the transition
Yeah,
from
probably
vertical
going
to
from vertical
horizontal
flight
movement.
forward. I could see that.
The was it the VF-22, V something 22, the
The V,
Osprey.
yeah.
We was a test platform for them, and guy, every time they touched down, they broke.
I saw them in Afghanistan. They were trying to take over our role with the Australian American Special Forces when we were in Tarin Kowt. And believe it or not, the commanders for the Australians and the American Special Forces did not like using them. Yeah, they can insert deeper into the country, further and faster, but they said that believe it or not, made too much noise and was too much of a target during insertion or extraction. Yeah, FactLight says the YF-22.
Yeah, I think the Marines was V. They do different designations with them.
Yeah,
Same
and
ones.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
also
suck.
no that aircraft has claimed more lives than anybody under development.
I still think the 53 was the best helo.
Oh, that's a heavy lift too.
Yeah, I seen them things
3
lifting
engines.
stuff off that I was like, there ain't no way.
Yeah, the stealth bomber when it landed. Sweat
Hey,
fuel.
it was like the Tomcats. If they wasn't leaking, they wasn't flying.
Yeah, well, because if they're not leaking, they like the old Chinooks. If they weren't leaking, they need to be serviced.
Yep.
My experience, one of our TIs we had, the technical inspectors, we just did a corrosion control inspection on the aircraft, and she wanted to fail my aircraft because our hydraulic return lines were aluminum, but the pressure lines were stainless steel because we're running upwards of 3,500 psi.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, "Nope, these lines are corroded. Look at the difference in the luster." Well, she was a TI in the Navy, and corrosion control in the Navy and aircraft is quite severe. And I said to her, I says, "Well, you need to relook at your books because what you're pointing at is an aluminum line, not a stainless steel line." And we had a whole argument with it to the point where my first sergeant, her first sergeant got involved, and yeah, and they end up agreeing with me. It's like, he's right. Those are aluminum. That's stainless steel.
Yeah. Well, the aluminum one should have been painted green, anyways.
Not on the armies. They're just raw
Just
aluminum.
raw metal.
Yep.
Yeah, we painted all of ours.
It's like all the wires are white. So you get a bundle of wires like this, and they're all white. The
Yeah.
electricians, I don't know how they figured it out.
Yeah, I would hate to be an electrician on one of them.
Oh, hell yeah. Change of atmosphere.
The KC-135 actually, they had a handful of them. I don't know how many were complete there was, but they actually had separate tanks in the wheel wells to fuel those SR-71s in flight.
Yeah, there's one on display, an SR-71 at the Aviation Museum right outside of Marina, Arizona. That's pretty cool to see one of those.
I think that's where my breakout came from. I know it was Arizona. I can't remember the name of the Harley dealership.
Well, there wasn't one in Marina because there's nothing in Marina. All right, good night, Fact Light. Oh, wait, no. Titanium will grow on in flight speed, playing with grass until heated up. Yeah. Well, our transmissions, the engine transmissions, were made out of magnesium, and they have a very low flash point. So we always had to watch those transmission temperatures because once they hit 900 degrees Celsius, they would spontaneously combust into flames. Not a good plan, in my opinion.
Yeah, the SR-71, the B1s do the same thing. They take off and automatically refuel because they got heavy loads. 47 KCs at McConnell. I think they had more than that when I was there.
Yeah.
They got some still has the boom on it with some kind of secret BS that you had to get clearance for just to go work on it.
Well, believe it or not, when I was an Apache mechanic, back in the late 80s, I had to get secret clearance. 18 years old.
Yeah.
18 years, and I've always had secret clearance since I was 18. My current clearance expires in about 6 more years.
Mine expired like a month after I was medically retired.
Now, see, mine was going to expire, and I sat there and says, "Hey, I got to renew my secret clearance. Like, you're retiring." I says, "Yeah, but I still got a job to do." And like, yeah, good point.
Yeah, he was in the same boat as me. He was a technician, wasn't you? MEG.
Not full time. I was traditional M day.
Hmm.
But again, for my job that I did with the electronics and everything aboard our aircraft, I needed secret clearance to work on it. And some of the briefings I was in, being a platoon sergeant, I needed clearance. So a B-52. The only one time I saw a B-52, it did a low pass on the 4th of July over Tarankow, Afghanistan. I thought that was pretty cool.
I've only seen pictures of them.
That was the only time I saw one.
Now, who was it? 2004, 2003, 2004 time frame at it was NES Oceana aired at Norfolk, but it was on the Norfolk base because I was working the runway there. They had a night shift, had a what KC? It was a C5 Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
It landed
And broke.
No, the tower told them take the next left to get on the taxiway, and they weren't paying attention to where they were, and they started turning their wheels as they got on the overpass for the interstate that goes under it, and they were literally that far from dropping the nose of the plane over into the interstate.
Wow.
So it had the whole runway shut down for like 3 days so they could get a tow bar brought out.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, phew. Yeah, we would load up our aircraft on the C5s to head overseas, and they would break all the time. All the time. We were headed over. They stopped in Germany, and they broke until after New Year's.
You see, I was there at at that base, Oceana, there at Norfolk, over at the naval, is where the boats was docked and everything. It was really supposed to be, originally it was just for the boats, and then they built a runway. Then they ended up going and building a whole nother runway down the street. And hey, look, Fat Glide was there when that happened. See, I was there too. I got the picture of it somewhere in one of my books around here. I got the newspaper article. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy seeing that.
Yeah.
Because I was there during 9/11. When 9/11 happened, I was there. Actually, I was at Langley at that point because they had moved us up there to shut down the runway for maintenance. But those
Okay.
C5s, man, that was crazy. First time I seen them after 9/11. Them loading all like 6 of them freaking helicopters in there. Seen them put like a big old yacht in there. I was like, what in the heck are they doing? Like, that ain't gonna fit in there.
Oh, they open up that nose, man, and they'll fit a lot in there.
Oh yeah.
They open the nose, they squat that front landing gear,
Mm-hmm.
extend those ramps. Be amazing what they put in there. I remember when I was coming home on emergency leave in 2013. I was in Kandahar. I made it to Kandahar, and one of the Russian Antonovs was flying out a whole bunch of up armored LMTVs and other equipment, and the load shifted and it crashed at Bagram. And our flight plan was to go from Kandahar to Bagram, Bagram to Manas, Kyrgyzstan. And I'm sitting there and I'm talking to the flight engineer and the load master, and they're telling us, yeah, we don't think we can go. Bagram's closed. I'm like, well, don't you have enough fuel to get to Manas? He goes, yes. So just drop kick Bagram, off the flight plan and go from here direct. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. And the next thing you know, they're like, well, we're going to have to cancel the flight again. I'm like, why? They're like, well, the Fox mic radio was broke. I said, so swap it out with another one. They looked at me, you're in aviation, aren't you? I said, goddamn right I am. It was like, yeah, we do things differently in the Air Force. I says, yeah, you guys look for any reason to cancel a flight. I'm heading home on emergency leave. I got to get home, guys. I can't spend an extra day or two here in Kandahar. And you're like, yeah. So they ended up replacing the Fox mic right there on the flight line, and we took off.
What's Fat Glide saying? One of our sites is just outside of a test area. That's probably right outside of NAS Oceana.
Mm-hmm.
They used to get in trouble all the time. It's because I guess the base was put there, and then people started building right outside the base, and all the jets and everything. They started getting mad.
Yep. We put 9 Greyhound buses in them. I believe it.
I've seen some crazy stuff go into those C5s. It's like, there ain't no way that's going to fit.
Rick says, yeah, we shipped some motors in them.
See, I remember the 141.
Yep. The KC
141 didn't have the APU. You had to start it with a huffer.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
Every time I could be wrong on that, but I'm thinking it was the 141.
Every time I jumped on a 141, it was already running because we were going to go jump out of it. I got about 5 jumps out of a 141.
I don't remember 141 having a ramp, though.
No, side doors.
Yes, I was there when one of those planes crashed in the complex. I used to actually live in that complex. I'd moved out there like 2 years before.
Wow.
Actually, I might have just got back here when that happened. I forget what year that was.
KC started with an external. Didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm trying to remember what it was because that was back in like 2002, 2001, 2002 time frame. I remember it
Mhm.
was a 141, and I vaguely remember what it looks like now, but I remember always having to hook the daggum huffer up to it to start it.
Yeah, it had the jet engines and not prop engines. It was slimmer than a 130 and a little bit longer. And then when it came out the C-17, that's when I think they canceled the 141.
Yeah, because that got the 117 or the C-17 replaced it. I remember that. Let's see here. I got Google.
You got Google. Google knows everything,
Exactly.
just like Wikipedia. So your ST is black, right?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yeah,
With all
that's
the
what I remember, but I don't remember it opening. It was on the ground, so it probably didn't need to open anyways. Yeah, so here, I'll show you what I plan on doing. I'm going to use come on, open up, move a little faster. You see that vinyl?
yes.
I'm gonna use that vinyl, and I'm going to do this right here to the bike for two reasons. One, it's gonna kind of help me not lose it in a crowd. But I'm gonna do my
Tweedledee.
bird logo up on the front. I'm not gonna put the Tweedledee on it, just the bird logo in the front.
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna do the YouTube at Tweedledee on the saddlebag, lower saddlebags.
Nice.
I wish I could put all the other parts on that picture.
Nice.
That's
That'll
what
look
I've
better.
really been doing the past since I came back from
You've been
Daytona.
busy since you've been back from Florida, huh?
Well, I took a week off, maybe a week, and just relaxed. And then I got the phone call and was kind of shocked. And I was like, let me think about it. Then I sat there and thought about it, like really thought about it. Because I thought about just trading the bike in, having a payment on the new one. And started thinking, well, I don't like that idea. Because then I'm gonna have like a $500 payment in a stock bike. So I
Mhm.
started thinking, well, I got a lot of equity in my house right now. So why don't I just refinance and
Yeah.
own the stupid thing? So that's what I'm doing. I
Did you
decided
refinance under
since
VA home loan?
no, I've never even used my VA home loan.
Really?
Never once.
Why is that?
Just, I was going to back when I was married, and even with the VA home loan, they was wanting more than what the new house was worth, and I wasn't paying that a month. So I decided to stay with what I had. But yeah, I decided if I'm gonna do this, I might as well do it right. I mean,
Get it all done.
yeah, I mean, hopefully a company or two will reach out, the right ones. One I do need to reach out to because I worked with them before, but even if they reached out and even if it's just like a discount, I mean that money I save on that discount could go into another part.
Yeah.
So it could be I have a whole build series for the whole thing and have it completed, or I'll have it completed to a point.
What are we here for? For entertainment purposes.
Yeah, because it's Sunday night and ain't nothing to do.
That's it. You know? Yeah, I premiered a video. It's like, hey, I'll go live. Why not? Something to do.
Yeah, see, I plan on the rear end, the tail lights. You know how it's got the bar with the blinkers, and then it's got a bigger square tail light. I'm gonna take that whole assembly and put the low profile tail light, do the filler panels for the blinkers, and do the turn signal delete with the hyper or the magic strobes and the bag blades. And I'm
Yep.
gonna take the ones that come on it and put them on raised bike and make that work on there.
Yeah.
Bring his up to date a little bit and make it a little
Yeah.
cooler.
Maybe do like a CVO rear fender.
Well, I mean that'll be on him, but I think looking at it, I think all the parts should bolt right up to the fender anyways,
Yeah.
and he won't have that big old long wide bar either. But like my suspension,
Well,
because I'm getting front and rear suspension while I'm down there, so the rear stock suspension I'm gonna put on his bike too.
okay.
The front, they're going to pour it in the trash when they go and put the new ones in. So he probably wouldn't be able to reuse that anyways because I think his forks are bigger or smaller diameter. But other than that, I'm gonna have the factory floorboards that I'm gonna try to resell cheap, and then I'll have that high flow intake, the stock one with the 117 badge on it. I'll have that one. I'm gonna try to sell too.
Yeah.
Then
I
put that
have,
money back into it.
Yeah. Now you have that square tail light in the back too, don't you?
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah.
Flat glass is the only issue, maybe with the stock plugs, but you get the right ones from Harley and the pins.
Yeah. I can pop the pins out. I don't know. It's something we're going to have to see and play with, see if we can get it all on there. I think the suspension should bolt right up. I don't see why that would be an issue.
No, because the only difference is on the STs are 13 inches.
Yeah, which is going to help him because he said he was bottoming out, and he has those air shocks too. So
Yeah, those air
it'll
shocks.
get him where he can ride, hopefully, longer distances and not have any issues.
Yep. The one best things I did was put 13-inch shocks on the rear on my Road Glide.
I'd give him my stock exhaust off of it too, but it won't work because he's got a twin cam.
No. Go with a hotter coil.
Yeah, that may be something else.
Now, believe it or not, the stock coils are actually really good.
How much experience you got with the 10 millimeter plug wires and the Screaming Eagle plugs?
I have them on Spaceball.
Is there a difference in stock?
I'm getting a stronger spark.
Does it seem like you have a little better throttle response? Like it might be just a little bit better?
I don't know because I didn't run those wires on the 114.
Oh.
I figured I'm doing this motor. Let's put it comes with the Screaming Eagle plugs. Let's put the 10.5 millimeter plug wires on.
Yeah, because I was thinking about doing that and I've been talked out of it. I was going to do that before the stage 2 got put on it.
Good night to Kelp Fire.
See you, Kelp Fire.
Yeah, Gremlin says less voltage drop with the bigger wires.
Yeah, it seems like it burns better to me because I have the bigger wires on my breakout.
Yeah.
And I had them on the Sportster the same way. And it just seemed like the throttle response was better. Like it ran stronger too. Not like it gave it horsepower, not just like it was more stout.
Yeah.
Just put some $10 each.
Well, I'm hoping this week I get a lot of parts back from Powder Coat. A lot more gold.
Your exhaust is a powder coat, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
So does the powder coat not melt off of it?
Well, no, because the exhaust is actually getting ceramic coated.
Oh, so it's not powder coat, it's a ceramic coat.
it's a ceramic coat, but it's all done at my powder coater.
Have to let me know how that works out because I'm gonna be going to that 2-in-1 Outlaw Chromeworks exhaust,
Right.
and it's
Don't they have the
black.
black heat shields?
Yeah, but what I've seen with a lot of black exhaust is they turn. They don't stay black.
No, mine stayed black. On the Vance and Hines one that's on there, no, that stayed black.
Yeah, because the ones I've seen really didn't stay black. And I don't know if Chromeworks is going to do the same thing, but like D&D, I've seen them do it with that. I've seen them do it on no, actually, I've seen some Vance and Hines heat shields turn, but I don't know how much of it was tuning error. You know,
Yeah. Backlight says they aren't a larger gauge wire, I believe, just better insulation. I think they are a little bit larger. I think they're like
Yeah.
a 1.5 millimeter larger wire than regular.
I don't know what the size difference if the 10 millimeter comes from the jacket coating or the wire itself.
Um, you know, Tiger, I don't know for sure because the motor came with the Screaming Eagle plugs. So,
See, I'm just going off my experience with them. I noticed a difference.
oh, you did?
I did on mine, but I mean, it could just be me. Maybe somebody needs to do a video on that that's never had the Screaming Eagle stuff.
Yeah. Well,
That
maybe I'll do them on my
that can
road glide.
completely be biased on it.
Yeah. When I do my 10K service on the road glide, I might just throw Screaming Eagle plugs in it.
Because I would notice it whenever I'd take off, like when I'd rip off a street light or a stop sign. I would notice it would pick up, and it seemed like everything was harder and right and tight. Is the best way
A
I can
harder,
describe it.
like
But
a hotter burn.
yeah,
Or-
like it was burning hotter and detonating everything.
Mm.
And I really didn't. My backfires because I used to have a lot of popping with the stock Harley plugs. I don't
Yeah,
have as
Gremlin,
much
I don't
with the new
know
ones.
what the voltage would be coming out of the coil before it hits the spark plugs.
You can
That's
always
above my
test it and
geek.
find out.
Yeah. Let's see. Backlight says his Vance and Hines stayed black and his Bassani's holding up well so far.
Good. I hope mine does.
Chasing matters, but anytime the circle. Yeah. I can tell you, I don't get good gas mileage out of that out of Spaceball.
The tips and the plugs.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's the tips you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, they're a little different. It seems like the main, because you know how you got the ceramic here and then you got the tip. Seems like the tips on the Screaming Eagles like thinner and longer.
And aren't they made out of a different material?
I don't actually. Hold on, I might be able to answer that. Hold on.
All right, holding on. And Corey says he hired Geekdom than me on this. He says the range should be 40 to 50 kelvins. Is that right up there with the 1.1 gigawatts? Yeah, that's a good point. No, it wasn't built for mileage, but I'm getting about 112 miles out of a tank of gas, and that's only 4.5, 4-gallon tank. Let's see, KVs is 1,000 volts, and how many joules?
Let's see, boot and Suppression core wires ensure solid connection and maximum voltage transfer between coil and plug. Do not have a plug box in here, though. Nope, that's my receipt. No, so the box really doesn't say too much.
That's for sure. Kelp Fire and I could ride together with that kind of mileage. But I'm sure she'll spend a lot less money on gas because I don't think she's running a 4-gallon tank. But I'm sure I could get a lot further and or quicker than she can. But I ride with anybody. I don't care.
I try to. I did accidentally leave DDK and Ray this past weekend, though. I didn't mean to, but once I lost sight of them, I was like, well, they know where I'm going.
Yeah. Well, remember my buddy Rob that was there with me down in Florida, who lived down there? Well, when we rode down to Barry to go see Blockhead, we were cruising down I-4 doing about, 90. No problem. Coming back, we're losing him on the highway. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I spent more time in my mirrors looking for him. He fell so far back that 3 cars got between him and I. I'm like, this is not good. And, the next time we rode together, it started to rain on our way to destination Daytona. And I'm like, I'm just going to go because I'm not waiting for him getting soaked. So I went right down the breakdown lane and off I went. I says, he knows where I'm going. He'll meet me there. I just didn't want to sit in traffic and get soaked.
Yeah. Old Glidden taught me to hit the off ramps and the on ramps. Because technically, cop ain't going to get you there.
Technically.
Because they don't know if you get off or not most of the time when it's an off ramp.
Yep.
But I was doing that a lot down there.
Yeah.
And this past weekend, I was kind of guilty of it too because we hit 2 traffic jams. First one's where I lost them. And the second one I hit was I'd already went by 2 state troopers. And I figured they were coming after me because I was in the triple digits. And I kind of split the traffic to get far enough ahead they couldn't buy me.
Bye-bye.
And then next thing I saw after I'd split the traffic, I was like, all right, there's a truck slowing down. Okay, I'll get in front of it. So I had my target and I caught the police light out the corner of my eye from a wreck. Like, that's why. So I ended up, after I got past them, like right actually when I was beside the cop, I just took off. I was like, man, this guy's let's see if they come after me. And I didn't bust the speed limit. I was pretty close to it when I took off, but.
Well, 95, the speed limit's 95. I-4, it's 90.
Sometimes it's 100.
90 plus.
Yeah. At night, it was like 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just think, you'll be on the ST.
I'll be on the
Lowrider S.
Light.
Yeah, you'll be on the Lowrider S next time, so you'll have all that wind hitting you.
Yep.
Now you'll feel my pain.
Maybe not. I might have a Lowrider ST fairing on the front of it by then.
Aren't those VIN coded?
Not the aftermarket ones.
Somebody already come out with an aftermarket one already?
It's in development.
See, another way Harley screws you, it's going to backfire on them.
Well, the ST bags were VIN locked up till this year.
Really?
Yep.
So I didn't think the bags were.
Yep. Bags were VIN locked like the fairing, but I got a feeling once the aftermarket fairings hit the market, they're going to release the VIN lock on them.
Because are you talking about the bags for the Lowrider ST?
Yep.
Because aren't those the same bags that was put on other Softails?
They were very similar to the ones that were on the Sport Glide.
Yeah, I thought they were the same ones as a Sport Glide.
I think they're different.
Because the Road Glide and Street Glide ST, those bags are actually shorter, right? Than
Yes.
standards.
Yes.
So I could see those being VIN locked, but the other was like the Street Glide. But
No,
I guess they quit making
they're the same length as the prior to stretch bags. So it's like the same bags you would find on the Ultra Classics, Ultra Limiteds, like the 14, 15, 16 Street Road Glides before they started to extend them.
Yeah, I kind of like the extended versions a little better. I'm kind of torn right now what I want to actually do. I think I'm just going to keep the same bags that's on it.
Well, if you go to extended bags, you throw out the whole performance bagger look.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but see, at the same time, though, you got a 13-inch shock versus what they come standard with a 12.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you still got an inch that you didn't have before.
Yep.
But I've seen people grind. I've seen people grind those bags on the stock setup. So,
Grandma says Route 4, 90 plus, you're in the way.
yeah, there's times that me and Nori was about to get ran over. We was running 95.
Yep. But definitely going to be making a trip back down the Blockhead Garage next year. And I'm going to book my appointment. I'm going to have Chris tune my bike. Because I believe, they're doing the best they can for within the limitations they have being a dealer, where Chris doesn't have those limitations.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, you definitely need an actual shop, not a Harley dealership.
Yep. And I believe Chris knows how to tune that motor with big cams and everything because he's done it with Goldzilla.
I'm partial to All American because I love the way he does his bikes, and he's got that unique sound that nobody else can.
Yeah.
I haven't found that can replicate it.
Right.
But I've never heard nothing bad about Chris's tuning either.
No, Chris, I've spent a lot of time talking to Chris.
As long as they don't dyno it with the jack under the bike, you'll be fine.
No, he doesn't.
No, but there is one that does. And they made a name for themselves. So.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, you probably already know who it is.
They built somebody else's motor not once but twice, and it blew up.
Yeah, apparently they built somebody else's blew up motors too. And this one's probably gonna blow up in a month or so.
Yeah, Tiger, but when you're in Florida,
yeah,
those are not speeding. You're just keeping up with traffic. I mean, even the women in the Priuses with blue hair are doing 90 plus.
Yeah, that blew me away the first time because I was warned during Biketoberfest last year.
Yep.
I didn't believe them. And then I see it with my own eyes. I was like, what in the heck?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take the back roads for scenery.
Yeah.
Interstate is point A to point B.
Yep. It says Chris did a great job on Bill's bike. But no, like I was saying, Chris and I spent a good hour and a half, 2 hours when I was there on Monday during bike week. And we were just comparing notes between, Goldzilla's build and my build and what I was using. And, he was giving me recommendations and I applied those recommendations. For instance, the ECU version update. If I had update 24 on the ECU, he says have the dealer. They do it for free. They have them update to version 28 because what that does is you'll actually get more wheel speed out of the bike and you could tune it a lot finer tune.
Hmm.
And he says with your 6.3 injectors, he says you should really go up to about a 7 to 7.3 injector. So I'm thinking that will be ordered when I get the notification that the HPI intake is being shipped. So, see how it goes. He liked my torque numbers. He says, those are some great torque numbers. He says, your horsepower is a little lacking. He says, but from the looks of it, it looks like it's down low that's killing you, which would be your head pipe and your intake. I was like, you're 100% right. I've been communicating with him afterwards over it because he's curious because he says nobody down there uses cyclorama cams. And he was kind of curious of what the cam different because they're running the SNS 590C on Goldzilla.
Mhm.
And I'm running the 512 from Cyclorama.
Wow. I can't believe my comments stirring up so much crap.
On monkeys?
Yeah. Somebody said I'd be more worried about him setting the tailgate on fire again and then dude to jump my ass telling me to chill. It won't scratch. Yeah, it will.
Want me to get up
laughing
there?
at the fire comment.
I'll get up there and leave the first chill comment. Lighten up, Francis.
Oh, it ain't my paint job. I don't give a shit, to tell you the truth.
That's a nice paint job.
Yeah. Oh, they had one. Was it the Reaper? Like back when Monkey started getting involved with them, I looked them up. And they had one, I swear it was the Reaper. They had two different airbrush sets. And I thought it was cooler than shit. I was like, dude, if I had a bagger, I'd be going to that paint job real quick.
Well, guess what? You got a bagger now.
Yeah, but all my money's going into making it fast. That'll be later down the road. Oh, that was Corey that did it.
Nice. Did you have a good rip there process? Hopefully. Hopefully all the snow's melted and gone up by where you are now. Because I remember that was a big thing when you were leaving to go to Daytona, is all the snow on the ground.
I am having some mixed feelings.
Well,
because I want to get that Rick Rack laser cannon light. Same one that's on Hell's bike.
And Nori's.
Yeah. I mean, the bike's going to be the bastard child of both of those bikes. So I might as well go ahead and steal it too, right?
Yep.
I really want to get it, but I don't know. I don't know yet if I can swing it.
That's an expensive headlight. When they gave me the price of that headlight, I was like, oh, no, thank you.
Well, they got it up online now. And the laser cannon light, the screens, the mesh screens.
Yep.
And the saddlebag bolts. It's like $1,330, $90.
Yep. Good night, Tiger.
$1,333.90. So
yeah. That's expensive.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm building it out. I need to build it right, right?
You can.
I'm trying to really get the most expensive crap first. That way, the cheaper stuff will be easier to get later.
So just get the 135 and be done with it.
That might be the problem. I might sit there and look at the 135 and have to ride the 117.
Uh,
Because that
Gary,
motor's
how
like
you
$7
doing?
grand, ain't it?
Yeah, well, if you do the top end kit, it's actually cheaper.
I don't know if that crank will handle that.
Well, that's
They do anything to the cranks?
I don't know.
Good question.
It's a hand built motor from Screaming Eagle, so
I need to quit looking at that build sheet.
tough decisions you got to make, you know?
Well, I
Look
know
at
I
it
need to
this
get my
way.
graphics on there.
Look at it this way. 117 stage 2, plenty of power, and
Mhm.
it's going to be reliable for you to tour with.
That's what I'm really wanting.
Because high performance means high maintenance. And if it's your only bike, you don't want that much maintenance.
No. I guess I need to go tickle some grannies while I'm on my way down there.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it, buddy. I put up a new video every Sunday at 8 p.m. And I do live streams normally on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Sometimes I have special guests. Sometimes it's just shoot the shit and have a good time. I'm doing a giveaway right now because I hit 1,000 subscribers. I'm giving away a camshaft to one lucky winner. And you could get all the details in that video of how to enter. It's really simple. What? You're laughing.
I'm winning that for Ray, so
But it's simple to enter. All you have to do is subscribe to the channel, like the video, and leave a comment. And you can leave up to 10 comments, and each comment has to be different. And then you have 10 entries into the giveaway. And the drawing for that will be May 17th.
do emojis count?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
good.
different. Yeah. The process, when all else fails, throw money at it.
Corey, I thought about keeping the breakout, but I'm going to let her go.
Well, Fat Glide, you are entered in because I got your comments. I know you subscribe and you did like the channel. How many? Last time I looked, there was 256 comments. And some people entered 13 times, but I only counted the first 10. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have a twin cam, a Milwaukee 8, an Evo, or a Shovelhead, or a Sportster. Whatever cams are required for that bike, that's the one I'm getting, the winner. Am I in yet? Gremlin, I believe you are.
Talking about the Sportster S? You go buy cams for that? They even make cams for that?
Nope. What's my most popular video? For a while there was the fat front tire kit, which was not a step-by-step. It was showing it in stages of completion because it's just too much. That would be like a 20-hour video because I had to change the rake, the trip trees, everything on that. That was one. And let's see, my most popular video. That's a good question. Let's find out. Let's go into content, because I really don't look at you know, most how to replace the cam chain tensioners. That's my most popular video. That's got almost 8,000 views. The second most popular would be the 99th annual Laconia Bike Week. That's got almost 6,800 views. And then the Tap Performance Slip-On Install, and that's almost 6,800 views. So they're my top three videos. That's what she said. Yeah, it's really interesting on what really hits, what really doesn't hit. Like what I did, the quick short of me going to Daytona, leaving the house within the first hour, that got 1,800 views. I was like, wow.
Dude, my slime wrestling one, that one went through the freaking roof. And now it don't even show on my channel.
Gary, I've been making videos since February 3rd of last year. So March, so 14, almost 14 and a half months. And Factlight, no, it's actually the earlier twin cam with the spring tension tensioners, because the guy didn't have the money to upgrade to hydraulic tensioners. And I said to him, you really should. But he didn't have the money for it. So I don't give parts away for free. You know, and I charge what I get charged for parts. Or people bring their own parts. Let's see the process. Yeah, contact people. Thanks, process. I appreciate it.
Gremlin's comment.
Yeah, but Gremlin, that was before we were concerned about noggin. That was literally when I was just pulling down my street. But yeah, I'm actually, after I rode that bike, I was actually surprised he made that trip. I probably would have gotten as far as, 100, 200 miles from the house, and would turn around and said, I ain't doing this. It's stupid. I'll be crippled by the time I get there. Because, yeah, when you do your cams and your cam plate and oil pump, it's really the hydraulic ones are a lot easier. You literally would just unbolt them. There's no way, for like the spring ones, you have to put tension on them to get the gears off your cam and your pinion shaft, and then take the tension off, pull out the snap ring, and then you pull the spring and the tensioner out. Where on hydraulic ones, you literally unbolt it and take the tensioner off. You do one, it swings out of the way, you do the other one. And that's on the inner or outer. And that's what I like about the Milwaukee 8. There's only one cam tensioner now. And they're all hydraulic, which is nice. It's the same principle, but much easier with the hydraulic cam chain tensioners versus the spring ones. And the problem with the spring tensioners is the tension is just too much spring pressure, which really wears down those tensioners. Literally, they start to wear when you first start the bike with new tensioners because there's just so much spring tension on them. And that's why Harley got away from it.
Aren't they all supposed to be checked though?
Every 30,000 miles. And a lot of places get lazy and they pull the cam cover off and says, oh, it's fine, and put it back on. And they don't look at the one on the backside because you got to lift the lifters out of the way and pull the cam plate and cams out to inspect the inboard side.
I seen a video. One dude used a mirror and he used a pin, like pushed it down and locked it in,
Yes,
and then inspected it. Didn't pull it out.
I can't get in there with a mirror.
Oh, it's in there. Baxter's Garage that did it. Might have been him.
Yeah, everybody go subscribe to Tweedledee and Ray's Motor Life and the RNN News Network as well, and Fact Live and Gremlins and everybody else in the side chat. Make sure you go check everybody else's channel out because they put out some good content. Tweedledee puts out some good content. Some of my favorite content he puts out is Beyond the Microwave.
Yeah, that Beyond Microwave's been scrapped.
Really?
Yeah. It's all good. It may be on the grill next. Who knows?
I like that.
Or I was actually going to do one the other day when I was doing shrimp boil.
Yeah, you have some time if you got 18,000 miles on it. As long as you've done your oil change intervals religiously, depending if you have conventional oil or synthetic, conventional oil is every 3,000, and then your synthetic is every 5,000. If you do your oil changes religiously like you're supposed to, you should get about 30 to 35,000 miles out of your cam chain tensioners. And that's to include the early spring tension ones.
I use
And,
synthetic, and I still try to change mine at 3K.
Yeah.
I always do a 3-hole change at the same time, too.
Exactly. It's cheap insurance. Harley says 7,500 for the primary, 10,000 for the transmission. But you know what? It's on the lift. You're talking just 2 more quarts of oil.
Yep.
It's cheap insurance to do all 3 at once. And when people ask me, hey, how much for an oil change? And I tell them it's 200. And they're like, why is it so expensive? Well, I'm using AMS oil and I'm doing all 3 at the same time. Your motor,
I paid for mine. That's what I paid before I went to Daytona.
Yeah. And I tell them all the time, says, look up the price of all the oil, the filter, and the O-rings you need to do your oil change. You're at $115 plus tax, plus your time, and now you got to get rid of the old oil.
Yeah, I need to empty out my oil jug too. That oil's been in there a while.
Good night, buddy.
Actually, that oil's been sitting in there since before Myrtle Beach last year.
Oh, wow.
Because I went and did Myrtle Beach, and then I changed it before I went to Daytona. So I changed that. That oil's been sitting there since Daytona last year.
Yep.
Biketoberfest.
Yeah. So your 04 Softail, you're definitely coming due at 25K. When I quote somebody at 30K, that's not, believe it or not, that's not included in the 30K services. Replace those. It's actually marked as check. And this way it's an upsell for Harley Davidson in the shops. And when someone asks me for a 30K service, I say, this is the time to do it. You want to do it because I got to pull the cover off to inspect it. Then at that point, you're paying an extra hour's labor and for the tensioners. Now's the time to do it. 9 out of 10 times, like, yes, do it. Like, what happens? I wait. I says, well, when they go, then it gets real expensive. So that's usually when they say do it. Get rid of old oil is easy, doesn't it?
I got plenty of stumps out in the front yard I need to get rid of.
Yeah. No. So, yeah, it could get real expensive if you don't do it all in one lump sum. It's actually cheaper. The cover's already off. So you're already buying the gasket. And now you're just paying for removal of the cam plate. If you have adjustables, push rods, then it's just, picking the lifters up. But if you still have the solids in there, then you're taking the rocker box cover off. You're pulling the rocker arms, the push rods, and then you're lifting the lifters up. And then you're pulling the cam plate out. And then usually what I do is I'll lower the lifters down and I'll get in there and inspect the lifter rollers because that's a good time to do it too. My tensions are set on as Germans would say. Yeah. Guten tight. That's actually a German word for virgin. Guten tight. What, Tweedle? You don't think so?
I wouldn't disagree with it at all.
Blue wants in. Upstate.
No, you didn't get me eye rolling. I was just sitting there thinking the first time I heard it.
Yeah. Blue, I didn't know you were in the side chat. I'm sorry, buddy. There's the link. You're more than welcome to jump on and say hello. I missed it. I apologize. I wasn't ignoring you on purpose. I was seeing the amazing original content everyone has coming out this year. Absolutely. I know I put out a lot of content already this year, and I have a lot more content coming out. Like next Sunday's video is the Clockworks phone mount, and I'm going to be doing a follow-up video with that because, however, it is great and easy to install, easy to use. There is one problem with it. And I will let everybody know what the problem with the Clockworks phone mount is in that video.
It's not a quad lock?
No, actually, it holds the phone at 120 miles an hour.
Oh.
I was impressed.
I'm busy learning this right now, so.
Yep.
My stuff's on hold. I'm trying to get all this crap knocked out before I go down and pick up that bike.
Yep.
Because I got this here for it too. I went and bought me a gimbal.
Yeah, yep. I got one I don't use.
YouTube's done got expensive.
Yeah. He says, is it too good? No, it's not too good. There is one flaw with it, and it's not with the mount itself. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Inherited problem.
Yes, Evil. I tried to put it right here, but it wouldn't stick to the silicone case. I figure I'd tell everybody they're number one whenever I roll down the street.
That's it. There is an inherent flaw or problem with the Clockworks phone mount, and you're not going to get it out of me. You're going to have to wait for the video, which, the review is going to be out on Sunday at 8 p.m. I'll probably have that up as a follow-up video shortly thereafter.
I bought that gimbal.
Oh, nice.
Like $100 on Amazon. I figured since I was already buying parts for the Road Glide, I'd go ahead and buy that up my stance. Then I bought those fellers for the new bars that's going on the Road Glide.
Oh, yeah.
These things are comfortable. I love these grips.
Hey, Upstate, did you get the link? You said you wanted to jump on. Get the note. You got the notification at 8:08. Wow.
See, now I'm finally seeing Upstate Rider.
Yeah.
Road Reality, I have to take my case, my quad lock case off my phone so it balances. But when I'm using it with the case off, it works great.
Oh, here it is. It's in the side chat one more time for you. Right there, buddy. You can't miss it. If it was a snake, it'd bite you.
My 103 hits 110. See, I was down there in Florida and I was hitting 83 and started getting a wobble in the front. Then I put the cruise control on. I guess my bars maybe wasn't centered or something. Because I was having that issue going down from here to down there too. So, but I hadn't had that problem since.
Oh, geez, that's the earplug link. Gee, thanks.
I just noticed that right when you did.
Yeah, I've sent them to the earplugs. Buy them. Damn it. There it is. Sorry.
Road Reality, I got the
Oh, that's hilarious.
was it S20 FE? So it's pretty much like using a high-end camera already because I can go through and change all the settings. So I'll just use that instead.
Here's Blue.
I didn't need any ear loops,
Air loops? You mean earplugs?
earplugs, whatever they are. That's the link I got. I'm like, wait, what is this?
Yeah, I forgot I put that in there.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, it's an open invite. Come on in.
Not much.
How you
I
been?
rode the Sportster S yesterday, Bob.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What'd you think? I know what my
I'll
first.
give you what I thought was good about the bike. It's got good technology in it. I think the bike turns in really easy. Yeah, that's about it.
My very, very first impression was too small.
Oh, absolutely. My back was killing me 3 miles into a 7-mile ride.
I didn't even go that far. I went down
I had
a
no
block.
choice.
I went down a block, turned around, and came back. I'm like, no, this is just too small. My
The grips are
knees were
very
practically
tiny.
hitting the handlebars.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
rode
the grip-
noggins.
Yep. The grips are
uh,
tiny.
I don't know how he can. I mean, more power to him, but I don't know.
I don't know how he rode that to Florida.
Yeah,
You sure you didn't trailer him? You
But
dodging that question, Doc.
what's that?
I said, you sure you didn't trailer him?
I'm positive. I'm positive. We tried to get him in the trailer. We even tried picking that stupid thing up into the RV, and it wouldn't fit through the door. Hey, look who it is.
cigar
What's up,
man.
John?
What's up, guys?
Hey, you know?
This lighting is horrible. I gotta fix this.
Yeah,
Hey.
what the hell?
By the way, Tweedle, did you hear me before I said how you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
Pretty good.
Good.
I guess you didn't see my live the other night.
No. I think I was out
Yeah.
riding.
Well, that's a good place to be.
Yeah, because I think Ray said something to me about it, and I said, yeah, I'm riding.
Yeah, I'm trading the breakout in, getting a Road Glide ST, and building.
I'm trying to take advantage of the weather whenever we got some decent stuff. It's supposed to rain all week this week, so I'm not doing shit. But last week, the end of last week was nice. I went out Thursday afternoon, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah, I hadn't been doing any riding
John.
lately. Trying to keep the miles down before I get down there. I'm gonna be putting about 700 miles on it just
Oh.
down there trading in.
You guys are asking me too, Doc, about that ride into Jersey.
Yep.
Don't do it.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford to do that.
I don't think I'll be going because here in Connecticut and New York, they're talking about rain on
Are
the
they?
29th.
Oof.
Which
got
wouldn't
rain today.
surprise.
I got rained on.
Wouldn't surprise me. But affordability is my big concern because I still gotta. I don't know why it seems like it's been so hard, but I still gotta save up. I got most of it, but not all of it for the suspension, and I got to get the rest of that up.
When you get the suspension?
Laconia.
When's that?
I'm going at the beginning of Laconia on the third. The appointment's for the 13th of June.
Oh, okay. I'm only going throw stickers on your spring since I'll be down there next month.
Yeah, throw some Raised Motor Life stickers on it.
Yeah, we'll sticker your shocks up really well.
Yeah, tell Mike. Tell Mike I said, hey.
All right.
I'm counting the days. They're gonna do all 4. I decided to get all 4 done.
Yeah, I'm doing front and rears myself. I'm dropping a lot of money on this thing. I'm doing a stage 2 right
But
out the gate. I'm voiding the warranty right when I get it.
I'm not driving all the way to Florida to get it done though. I'm gonna wait till Laconia.
Yeah, I'm going to be going over there, getting their suspension put on. And I got Dennis Kirk. I'm going to end up probably getting the seat from them, maybe from Saddleman. That's on the fence. Don't know what's going to happen with that yet. I'm going to get the KST hammerheads, 14s, extensions.
Oh,
Get the tabs, bro. Get the tabs. Folsom prison bars.
Speaking of which, guess what I got Friday?
What'd you get?
A blowjob? What'd you get?
I got my tabs.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
I got my tab 2.5 louver. Man, do they sound exactly the way I thought they were going to sound. They are
I don't know, Bob.
awesome.
I took my Road Glide to work on Thursday, and I got the tabs with the zombie baffles.
Right.
And all I could sit there and says, "Man, this is quiet."
You know what? I put them on, and I had the wife out, and she didn't say a word. Right? She didn't say a one word about it.
Good night, Corey.
And then she's going through the garage today, and she says, "What is this?" And I said, "I got no exhaust." And she said, "Well, when did you get that?" I said, "Friday." She said, "Did you put them on yet?" And I said, "Yeah."
Where's the video?
I said, "Did you?" I know. I was in a hurry because I had to go pick her up from work.
Bad YouTuber.
And
I feel your pain. I do that a lot.
And I said, "You didn't even notice, did you?" She says, "No, I didn't notice." But I do. If you kick that throttle back, but they got that low tone. Remember I was telling you before? I must have said this 100 times. That low tone that I was looking for.
Yep.
Right on the friggin' money. It sounds so good.
Nice.
They sound awesome.
Wait till you hear Spaceball. It's nice and quiet.
You know what? I can imagine what the zombies sound. I bet the zombies sound really awesome too.
They do, but they're quiet.
But these 2.5s are just, they're the bomb. I would swear by them, and they look good too. The coming out of the tail because you know what? Every other video I've seen, they say you got to turn the tail,
the tips over.
Mm-hmm. These came already installed upside down.
Oh, perfect. Mine came that way too.
I was like, oh, that's perfect. And they're right flush with the bags. It looks great. It looks great. Sounds great. I'm so happy.
Thanks, process.
It was worth the money.
Yeah.
Is
Definitely.
it wrong to run the stock exhaust?
Yes.
Is it wrong?
Yeah.
No.
Only if you don't want to be heard.
Gotcha.
You
I'm
run
still
the
running the
stock
stock
exhaust,
exhaust.
it's the
I
stealth
happen to
bike.
like it.
You know, the stock exhaust didn't sound all that bad, but I just wanted something a little throaty. Throaty would be the best way I could describe it. Stock is not throaty at all. It's quiet.
I like
It's
how I've got the 114, and I like how it sounds
That's
when you hit
yeah.
like 3,500 RPMs. I think the
Yeah.
stock exhaust sounds decent then.
Yeah, but you should hear these things when you hit 35, four grand. They wake right up.
Yeah, I probably won't be able to hear anything after that.
No, they're not that. They're not like zombies. They're not quite that loud, but you know they're there. It's not. And then you know what, Doc? I don't know about the zombies, but I noticed with these, especially on the D cell, you could really hear them.
Ooh, nice.
Mhm.
On the D cell,
You could definitely hear Spaceball on the D cell.
yeah. This thing too, on the D cell, no matter what RPM.
I'm waiting for the sound ticket for being too loud.
You know, I don't think I'm going to get that.
Inside my helmet, my full face helmet, the modular. Good night, Ray.
Good night, Ray. You going?
I can tell you, when I get done
Oh,
riding
yep.
to work, which is only 17 miles, I already have tinnitus, so my ears are ringing, but they're really ringing by the time I get to work.
That's bad, Doc. That's bad.
It is. It's badass. Especially, I work on a college campus, especially on a Friday morning when the students are partying Thursday night, because Thursday night party night. And I get on campus at 7 in the morning and I come ripping through there and I hit the D cell coming down the road by the townhouses and all the dorms. I'm sure the students love me.
Oh, yeah, they love you. I tell you what, if I want loud, I'll hop on my wife's Sporty 1200. It came with Vance and Hines short shots on it, and I got her baffles for Christmas that year because they're just so gosh darn loud.
Mm.
It's ridiculous. I mean, my tinnitus is like 70 decibels and both ears all the time. It's nasty, and I can only ride her bike for like 40 minutes, and I got to take a break.
Yeah.
That's a nice thing too with the tabs, is if I want to try the zombies or go with the zombies at any time, just get the baffles and swap them out.
Nice.
Yeah.
And they're not that expensive.
No. Now, if you really want to step up your game, Bob, a little bit more torque, get the Z rings with the torque cones.
Do they make them for 4.5?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
I have them on mine.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they made. I thought they only made them for the 50 cal.
Nope.
Okay,
They got them for the 4-inch, the 4.5, and the 50.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yep. It really will.
What do those rings go for?
About 150.
Okay.
And they make a big difference with torque, believe it or not.
Because you're giving it more back pressure.
You know what? I haven't really noticed much of any difference.
Right.
I didn't get it tuned or anything, but
You don't need to with slip-ons.
I didn't really notice much of a difference other than the sound. I really didn't notice much of a difference. You know who notices the difference is when my son's riding behind me.
Yeah.
So upstate, you got a bat wing, don't you?
Yeah,
So how you like that street gliding?
I love that freaking thing. I got. Oh, you know what? They're not. I didn't upload them yet, but I got some new pictures after I.
Did you try riding the road glide first?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. I tried a road glide first, and then I rode the street glide, and the street glide won hands down.
So what sold you on the street glide? Single headlight, Batwing versus Shark Nose.
Well,
That's why I like the Shark Nose. That's why I'm getting a road glide.
the Batwing, for one, and I know people are going to think I'm full of crap when I say this, but I think that the road glide looks a lot larger in the front than the Batwing.
It does. It does look
Oh,
bigger.
it does.
And I didn't quite like that. But you, trying to
Did
remember.
the radio control any of that? You know, reaching out, touching touchscreen radio.
Oh
Did it have any
yeah,
effect on
that
it?
was the other thing too. The gauges. I would have had a harder time, I think, seeing the gauges and doing the radio with the road glide than I do with the street.
Just because it's a further reach.
It's further. Yeah, and I don't have
Well,
to be.
my take on that, Bob. Now I've had 2 street glides, and between the 2, I've put over 25,000 miles on them between the 2.
Oh.
And I could tell you now, when I get on a street glide, I road test it, I feel claustrophobic because everything is right there in my face.
Oh, really?
That's the way I felt. It's just like
Yeah, I
everything
can
was
see
scratched
that.
up.
I don't, honestly. I don't. I really like the
Yeah,
thing.
I can see that. I had a Vaquero before I got the street glide, and that had a fixed fairing too. And having stuff out a little bit further away was a little less cramped. But the street glide kind of feels like you're one with the machine as opposed to sitting on the machine like a road glide.
Yeah, well, you say, John. I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
No, see, I feel like I'm still one with the machine. I'm not sitting on the road glide. I feel like I sit into it, and I still have the stock seat.
Yeah.
Well, with the ST, you actually, the way that seat's done, you sit in it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
But
I'm going to a road sofa.
So
in all fairness, my road glide is a CVO, so it's got that CVO style seat where you sit lower into the bike.
Yeah.
Tweet, what do you got now?
Right now, I still have the breakout. I should be closing in a couple weeks on the house, and I'm trading the breakout in and getting the Road Glide ST and building it.
Okay.
So
I got nothing against the road glide. Trust me.
Talking about the road glide, they had a white one, a road glide ST, glide ST.
The white sand pearl.
Yep. And I really like that, the ST, as opposed to like just a regular road glide. That I really liked. That I was thinking, Jesus, if I had enough money.
That's why I'm refinancing. I figure if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. Offer was made, I couldn't refuse, so I'm like, screw it. I'll do it. Build a performance bagger.
Hell yeah. I just got my wife to buy me a street glide.
Not a build.
I don't have a wife to do that. You know?
What, got the 117 on it?
The ST does, yeah. But I'm stage 2 in that, and I'm putting the Chromeworks 2-in-1 Outlaw on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Gremlin, you don't know what you're missing.
Yep. He's not old enough. He's older than me.
Is that the same thing? But you're putting the same suspension in as me?
I'm going to have suspension, tech suspension, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Is it the same one you're getting? I don't know yet. Because we got the racing valve suspension coming out, so that's probably what I'm going to get for the horsepower.
I can't wait for them to come out with the suspension for my Lowrider S.
I think.
Yeah, they're supposed to have that out already.
Whatever.
I don't remember what they said happened.
standard comfortable ride
Yeah.
thing is that they have is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's good for
That could be the one I get, but I don't think it is. I think I'm gonna go up to their newer one.
Because when I talked to him, he was asking me all kinds of questions when I was talking to him, and he's, what kind of riding you do, who do you take with you if you do, what, blah 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 blah, all that kind of stuff. And so what he described to me sounded exactly like what and it
Yeah.
sounds like a comfortable. You don't have to worry about bottoming out, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this stock suspension, I just hit 1,000 miles on it, right? And I've hit a couple of manhole covers, and I swear to God that front end's bottoming out. And I'm going, what the is?
It's a soft front end.
I don't even have anything in the front. I got the heaviest thing I got in the front end is my Easy Pass.
You got that whole fairing on your front end.
Well, technically, same thing on the Road Glide. The whole weight of the fairing is on the front end.
On the neck, yep.
It's bolted to the neck, but it's still on the front suspension, and it's actually heavier than the Street Glide fairing.
Mm-hmm. That's why I decided to go ahead and do suspension off the bat.
Yep, but the weight on the handlebars is less on the Road Glide than it is on the Street Glide because you're not fighting the weight of the fairing, the radio, all that wiring, and the mounting hardware.
And the wind.
Yeah. The Street Glide fairing acts like a steering dampener.
Actually, I noticed when I had my Street Glides, when I would pass tractor trailers, hit that wind turbulence, it hit the fairing and my front end starts shaking.
See, I don't get that because
I don't get it either.
I get maybe a tiny bit of movement. I get a tiny bit of movement, but when I took a Road Glide out on a test ride, I found it more ungainly at slower speeds than the Street Glide. I literally rode them back to back on the same day, and I preferred the way the Street Glide handled, which is counterintuitive.
I've heard that too.
What, though? That's why they make both models.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And technically they're the same bike because it's the same frame, the same suspension, the same motor, same everything, except for the front fairing.
Yep.
It's the same motorcycle.
If you were to ask me my very first changes or mods that I would make to a bike when I got it new, like I did or whatever, number one would probably be seat. Number two would be handlebar. Seat and handlebars are about the same because you kind of got to go hand in hand with your handlebars and your seat.
And your windshield.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm pulling out of my ass. The day I close, I'm getting a check for the new bike and sending the check for the payoff the breakout. As soon as I get home, I'm ordering the bars, the seat, the extensions for the 14-inch bars.
14. That's what I got.
I got to make an Amazon order for the footboards and all that, so I can actually do 2 up.
Are you getting the meat hooks like everybody else too?
No, I'm gonna have the same bars that Gliding on 2s has, but they're gonna be 14s instead of 12s. They're more of a T-bar. They're not T-bars, but they're more of a T-bar style.
Right. They're the ones that come up around the instrument cluster and then come out.
Yep.
Mine are just straight, but the corner is square.
Because
it's not like that. It's just
I got Dennis Kirk. I got to order the seat and all that stuff for on the bars. An Amazon order, Rick Rack order, and Centauro Fabworks order. That one's going to be like 4 weeks, so I might actually do it after I come back.
And John, what you said, I did do.
Let me ask you this:
windshield too.
Rick Rack's Florida based, right?
No, they're North Carolina.
Oh, they're North Carolina. For some reason, I thought they're based out of Florida.
They're in Boone, North Carolina.
Yeah, I can confirm.
I could actually ride over there and get the headlight and all that put in.
Matter of fact,
that might actually happen.
I got
Yeah.
I got the wind. I've had the windshield on it, but I had a buddy of mine take it around the block the other day just because he was saying about it seemed different. The weight seemed different than his. He's got a. I'm trying to think what year it is. Street Glide. I forget what year, but he thought that the weight felt different just from standing it up. I said, take it around the block. Tell me what you. And I wanted him to hear the exhaust too. And yeah, where was I going? Oh, he says, I can't see through that windshield. I said, well, look at you, 6 inches shorter than I am.
Yeah.
And
I've got the 8.5 Memphis shades on my Street Glide, and I find myself looking through it a lot instead of over it because I'm ducking under it trying to get decent audio for my moto vlogs. But it's also taller than I should have, but I wanted my cigars to burn slower.
Oh, shit. That was good.
So you use a 360 camera on yours?
Yeah.
Occasionally. I'm using it more handheld now, but I have mounted it all over my bike.
Okay, because I actually got a mic to plug into my 360, and I was going to mount my mic underneath the where the radio sits in it, right under that shelf. I was going to mount it there because when that vent is going to come here, then the windshield is going to be there. So I figured that would block a lot of the wind, but I didn't know if that would. That's what a lot of people are, because I hadn't seen too many people actually do it.
No, you have to be very close to the mic for that. I actually earlier was listening to audio from today. I was on the highway trying to see if the vent in the Street Glide fairing made a difference in my audio. And I can't really tell a big difference, but my Hero 9 sits right there. If anybody's watched my videos, the Hero 9 is on a selfie stick, the Insta 360 bullet time, and it's mounted facing me right here. And so it's about this far away when I'm riding, and the audio from it is unusable outside of, syncing it up with my Hero 10.
Because I'm going to mount this one here in one of the windshield screws. And then I'm going to use my selfie stick.
Are you mic'd up at all, John?
Yeah. Oh, I plug
because you could sync them when you're done.
So I wear a half helmet, and you can see on this side, sneak preview. Let's see, where is it?
I see it.
Light. There's no light in this room.
I see it.
But there's a mic right here. And you can't even see that. The blue thing, that's my mic. So I've got a furry dead cat and a piece of microfiber taped to a purple panda or surrounding a purple panda. And then the mic cable comes out here. And then my Hero 10 slots in here and plugs into the media mod.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got a long cable with the USB-C for the mic for that Insta 360. I tested it today. It sounded fine, but I wasn't on the bike. I'm trying not to put the miles on it right now. So,
hello, Dark Soul.
Withdrawals.
Welcome.
Well, if you have any mic questions, hit me up because I've done dozens of tests of this stuff.
Yeah, I like my wireless 2, the Rode Wireless 2 mics.
Oh, those are great.
I don't like them for writing. Actually, I use the media mod on my GoPro, and I plug in a Rode. It's a wraparound mic that goes inside my helmet. And,
yeah, you've got the 2 transmitter version of this.
Yeah.
See, I have all this stuff right here.
Now, see, I was told those pick up interference from the bike.
I have
static and stuff.
So I have not had that. I run the media mod on my Hero 10, and then last year, actually, if I can, hey, there you go. So I run the media mod on my Hero 10, and then last year or the year before, I put my Hero 8, which is being used as a webcam, but it's similar to this. And I actually mounted it on my neighbor lady's bike on her front forks, and then I ran the Rode mic on top of the media mod. So I just plugged it into cold shoe, and then I ran a purple panda mic up into her helmet, and then I was able to pick up her audio. And let me tell you, 3 hours of footage all synced together was a pain in the ass.
Bye, Mel.
This is what I use when I motor vlog.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
That
see.
plug-
That's nice.
I had to look at that twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to
not a
retire
blow-off
this,
valve, Guido.
my whole game plan is to go solely to
Okay.
the Insta360 1X2. Retire the 7, use my cell phone for everything else, and possibly even retire the GoPro 8.
All right, I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
What's the lens thing that you got on your GoPro? I've seen that before, but
Oh, on mine?
yeah.
So this is the Max Lens mod.
And what does that do? I forget.
So this gives you a wider field of view, but without the stretchy arm look of the Super View.
Right.
And it gives you horizon lock, and it also gives you greater stabilization. So you can't really tell, but let's see. When it's mounted on here
Mm-hmm.
and I'm holding the helmet level, the camera is not actually level. The camera is tilted slightly.
Yeah, I see it.
So with the Max Lens mod on there, it picks up on the horizon and locks into that. So it keeps all my footage level and it keeps my footage stable. And I've gone all the way to like 3,000 and 4,000% speed and kept the footage rock solid. And I can go around corners and all sorts of stuff.
Would that run you?
Time-lapse videos like that.
Is it? It is a GoPro product, right?
Yep, $80.
Oh, okay. They still have them?
Yep. Yeah, I got 2 of them, and I've destroyed one. So I had dude, Tweedle, you missed it. Last fall, my Hero 9 fell off the fairing of my bike.
Oh, wow.
I had it hooked on. Yeah, if you go on my channel, you go back about 65 videos now. The Hero 9 I was using a rickrack mount to mount it, replace one of the windshield screws and mount it there. So it was sitting off to the side and
That
down
one?
low.
Where's that other piece?
I don't have mine handy. I think it's out in my trailer. But the rickrack mount uses
That
that.
kind of sits
Yeah,
like that.
yes.
Yeah, I'm not even going to use that part there.
So mine was on, and it was on there for like 1.5 years, 2 years almost. And apparently it was falling down. So every time it did, I'd reach over and tilt the camera back up. And then over time, what that caused, I think, because I can't prove it, is that the threaded bolt that the rickrack mount mounts to worked its way further into the fairing, leaving less exposed threads. And at one point, it just got low enough that the camera went whoop and fell off.
Oh, you're saying this screw here went down into the fairing and
Yeah.
the base plate popped off.
Yep.
Wow.
So Loctite the hell out of it's what you're saying.
Yeah, Loctite it. And
Because,
I actually did that, but I never put it back on because I realized, and this is the reason I would love to have a road glide, is because the handlebars are open, so there's more room to mount shit. But
I wouldn't say that. The ones I'm getting really ain't got that. But
this right here is the saving grace for the camera, because I love having a second camera because I'm a narcissist. I like seeing myself on camera. And it being the bullet time selfie stick and having the threaded mount, it hooks with their motorcycle kit, which clamps onto my handlebar, and then this just sits there. And it's underneath the level of the windshield, so it's not obstructing the view, but it gives a great view of me and the stuff to my sides. So that, and if you're riding, you can actually unscrew this and use it handheld while you're riding. You just need to leave yourself enough straightaway to screw it back in place, which I may or may not have screwed up a few times. Just a little bit.
Can't confirm nor deny that.
Dude,
Speaking of,
I mix them. I don't do like specific, I'm testing this camera mount today videos anymore. I just work it into a video somewhere. So if you miss it, you miss it. So go back and watch my back catalog. It's all hilarious.
speaking of,
But really,
mounting-
the one you want to see is my first ride of 2023, because my channel banner, that's where I got that background, because I had this camera about that far off the ground, all the way out 4 feet, while I'm riding 50 mile an hour, holding it like this with a cigar in my mouth.
Awesome.
Oh, dude, I love this shit. This is what I absolutely have a blast at it.
I made the attempt to use 3 cameras and try and sync them all up for different views on a moto vlog.
it's bad enough
My
syncing
2
two up.
GoPros and the 360. It was a nightmare trying to sync them all up and put the video together. I was like, you know what? Not going to do that again. I'll do 2, but not 3.
Yeah, it's bad enough with 2.
Never tried 3.
Well,
Phew, I
speaking
never
of
tried
mounting,
4 either.
Hey,
speaking of,
Friedel, I've done 4 a number of times. I put one out recently, recharging your creative batteries, where I had the 8 mounted on a saddlebag guard, the 360 mounted on a highway peg, the 9 was in its normal spot on the handlebars, and the 10 was on my helmet. And then I think I used either my phone or the Sony here to do the intro. So I had 5 cameras worth of stuff, and it was a blast. At one point, just like we have 4 people on screen now, I had all 4 cameras visible at the same time. And in the lower right-hand corner where blue is, it was actually the 360 camera, and it was moving around. I had it reframing and going like this.
how did you sync it up?
Manually, because I was riding every time, and I only recorded like 30 minutes of footage over, I don't know, 20, 25 clips. So I went through each one and synced up all 4 cameras.
Well, how long
See.
did that take you?
Half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
What software do you use?
I use DaVinci Resolve.
So do I.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
No more now.
when I
I-
first started using that, you know that auto sync they got?
it doesn't work.
It did work when I first got it. Now, doesn't work.
No,
I
Yeah,
even
An
had
okay.
update that broke it.
I even have an app on my phone for it's called Digislate,
Mhm.
where it does a slate clap. You know,
Yeah.
you figured you can't get any better than that for matching up the clap.
Right.
It
You
It
have to
doesn't-
do it manually.
Yep.
It looks at the entire audio waveform of each clip and tries to sync it up.
Yep, but
so what happens is if you start out and you're at a stop and you do the slate and then you start riding, your audio goes all over the place, because my Hero 8 was picking up engine noise and wind noise. The 360 cam was picking up different engine and wind noise because they were at opposite ends of the bike. The Hero
Yeah,
9 picks up mostly wind noise, and the 10 picks up my voice. So
That
the
was
audio
good.
was all over the place. It was only in certain slow riding circumstances where you could actually see in the waveform that they were lined up. And
Yep.
if you watch my video where I did the creative energy and batteries or whatever, you can see my face in the 360 cam, which is down on a highway peg, and you can see my lips move with the words because I synced it up. I got it perfectly in
well,
line.
you kind of got it, yeah.
Yeah.
I've used.
What's up,
I've-
Kazo?
I've done it where I've used the slate more than once during my taping,
Yeah.
you know, but it still didn't work. I've had to go in and do it manually.
The
See, my
best thing I
goal-
can suggest is to find a place where you're riding the slowest in your clip and sync up using that, because the audio will be the most similar between all your different cameras.
The problem I have is I'll start one camera, start the other camera, and then start another camera.
Well,
So I got 3 different starting points. Then I have 3 different ending points because I'm, stopping.
well, that's what
That's-
you use a slate for.
And
You
also
after you fire up all the cameras, and you use the slate, and that's supposed to line it up.
Yeah.
Up.
or you can
and-
clap 3 times.
That too, but
If you clap 3 times, you get 3 very distinctive spikes in the audio waveform, and you can tell exactly where the start point should be for each video.
The DigiSlate has it does 3 beeps and then a smack.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm just trying to get another one of these and just run 2 360s.
Or
Yeah,
The other
we can
one,
see
have
that
the
out.
other one
Problem
like either
I
off to
have
the
with
one of the
the app.
sides or something.
I bought the 360 I bought, and I was going to use that for everything, in the shop and everything. But the problem in the shop is, for some reason, no matter which way I use it as 360 or the 180-degree view, it came out wall-eyed or fit. It just everything looked bent.
Right. You
Except-
have to reframe it. You either have to use Insta360's app or GoPro's app to reframe it, or pull
Right.
it into something like Resolve and use a plugin to take this flat file that they give you and wrap it around a sphere, and then pick the portion of the sphere that you want to show in frame.
Right. And I was doing that in the Insta360. I was like, you know what? This is just way too much work. So I went out and bought a GoPro.
Yeah, I'm hoping I don't regret it.
So there's ways around it, and yeah, I'm able to share a screen. I think once I pull up this project, it'll make it a little clearer to see what I do that makes it easy for me to sync up all the videos. Of course, DaVinci's taking forever to load up. I've got like 200 projects in here.
I mean, I've always synced up the 7 and the 8.
Do you have the
that I
paid
have,
for version or just the
Oh,
free?
yeah. I bought the studio version like 2 years ago. I saw the value in it, and I mean, I've got like 2,000 hours in editing in the last 2.5 years.
So do you feel like it made a difference with you, as opposed to having all that RAM make a difference using the processors instead? Because I know that was one of the.
It uses the
studio
GPU more, and
yeah,
that has really helped me out.
And it'll use the a video what's the term I'm looking for?
It uses the GPU, the video card.
Yeah, video card. See, I've got the free version, but I've also got a shit ton of RAM in there.
How much RAM you got?
128.
That's a lot of RAM. Your CPU is your bottleneck. The CPU is doing the OS. Anything else you're running, Resolve's app, and like your browsers and stuff.
Once I got all that RAM, I didn't really have much of. I do want to get the studio version eventually, but if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna buy that edit deck because it comes with it free.
The speed editor.
Yep.
Yeah, I got one. It's right over here. I don't know if I can.
If you buy that now, it'll come with the free studio.
Yeah, it did. It came with a license.
That's what I'm gonna do eventually.
Yeah, I don't use the speed editor as much as I thought I would, but it does come in handy for scrubbing footage. That is damn sure.
That's what I like. I have a little contour wheel.
Uh-huh.
A shuttle wheel. Here, I'll show it to you if I can get it up here.
Here's my wheel.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if you can see.
I use the touchpad on my laptop.
Here, I'll take the camera down and show you.
I used to, and I got tired of trying to use 2 fingers on the mouse.
Damn it.
That's what she said.
That right there. John, you see that?
I do, yeah.
That's what I have. And it works pretty good. And it works with a bunch of different, if you get one, it works with a bunch of different stuff. It'll work with Adobe or almost anything, really.
I was using Clipchamp and then went to.
I use it with the Resolve, and it works great. Because you can customize the buttons on it to do like
more
fast forward and
yeah
stuff. It's
See,
handy as hell. I'm glad I got it. Well, actually, the wife got it for me, but
I'm lucky. When I got my laptop from work, it's got an i7 processor on it.
my
Yeah,
mine.
I've got an i7.
Yeah.
I got an i5. Gen, but it's not the first gen. It's something else. It's
I have to look at my
and I
box.
got
I don't know what I got.
a Gigabyte 10. What the hell is it? I wanted to. I can't remember. It's a 10 something.
Yeah, I've got a 10750H CPU and then a 2070 Super GPU and 32 gigs of RAM, and my system will play back 4K pretty seamlessly.
You know what I do notice with the since I got this in with the RAM, my rendering is lightning fast.
Right, because Resolve likes to load a lot of it into memory at once and then pull from there because it's faster. So I've seen Resolve use as much as 17 gigs out of my 32 because I do a lot of Fusion too. So I go in and I add like my logo.
Fusion, isn't that the bomb?
It's great. I track my logo in on buildings. I had a product review that was a plug-in for Resolve, and I was doing this, and I had it tracked to my hand and put a little shadow over there.
That tracking thing too. That's pretty cool. You could put your picture up on a wall somewhere and track it.
Yep. I put I actually have I don't know where I put it, but I have a sheet of cardboard that has a piece of paper taped to it, and it's got little X's on it. And I can hold it up and track video to it. And it as I move it around, the video tracks to the cardboard.
Yeah.
I've been doing that since like the first month.
Well, the other thing I like too was you could find an object to track in whatever footage you have.
Yeah.
You guys are way above me.
I was about to ask you, Doc, do you know what the heck they're talking about?
Hell no.
Because I don't either.
Listen, when I started my YouTube venture, I used the Microsoft Surface.
Mm-hmm.
And then work gave me a new laptop, and I started using that. And it came with an i7 processor, 256 gigs of RAM. I don't know what it's on the video card, but I think it does fine.
And
I got an i5 processor, but I built this gaming laptop out when I bought it. So
that's what this is. I've got an MSI laptop that was just banging like 3 years ago, and it quadrupled my editing speed right by itself.
Some of the
but I want to say, Doc, you've been doing this a little over a year and you've already got 1,000 subs. So obviously people are responding well to your content. It took me over a year and a half to do the same thing. So editing ain't all that.
And I'm still
and you know what? I'm having fun with it, and that's me.
That's the key.
If when it stops being fun, then I'll stop doing it.
Yep.
That's got a year and 5 months, so you know.
What's that?
I said I've been doing it for a year and 5 months, so you know.
I have no idea what works. I can tell you that my video on editing DaVinci Resolve with GoPro Max footage and using the Reframe 360 plugin has netted me 10% of my subscribers. That one video. So people like when I do that kind of stuff. They don't really care when I ride around and talk bullshit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like all the work I do in the garage over that and rallies. Those are the best videos that I have. The moto vlogs, dealership visits, you know, they perform, but they don't perform well.
Yeah, I think my rallies do better than the vlog, but my install and the craziest thing enough is that how to roll a bedroll is the best video. And when I was approached to do that video, I was sitting there like, you're kidding, right? Like, seriously, you're screwing with me, right? Yeah, no. She wasn't screwing with me, so I did the video. Now it's like 2K. I'm like,
Wow.
what the crap?
Pluto, you already know this. Now, I did a quick live of the bikini bike wash down at the Cackleberry.
Mhm.
I figured that would, blow up at pretty girls in bikinis. I lost 2 subscribers over that video because when you look at the analytics of the video, it tells you how many subscribers you have. It said -2. I was like, that makes no sense, but okay.
Well, I had that slime wrestling video, and that thing launched in like 45 minutes to almost 2K, and then got reported. And I'd gained like 6 subs off of it, and then since it got reported, it's like I lost all 6 of them.
Oh man.
So, and for some reason, it don't show on my channel. But if you like search my name and then scroll down, and not click on the link, but actually scroll down, it'll show the shorts and it'll show the video.
Huh.
So I don't know what.
Search your name.
It
Yeah,
must
like-
be age restricted.
It is now, but my other age restricted videos show on it.
Huh. Well, I do know that YouTube screws up occasionally. I've had videos show up and drop off, and YouTube, you scroll down, it's like it repeats. It shows the same 3 videos 7 times. And I'm still waiting for it to load.
Right on, hit nail on head. It's the personality. Each of us
Oh,
have
yeah.
the personality that enjoyable to follow along. Never compromise your morals. That's 100% right. And even Cosmo says, "Yep, that great answer." And
Oh yeah, it's 100% the personality. I'll tell you, when I first started, I tried to be no cursing and chasing the trends and doing the top 5 lists and all that crap. And I realized pretty quickly that I wasn't good at any of that. So I said, F it. And I started smoking cigars while I ride and drinking my coffee and doing all that. And people
Same
have
thing.
responded
At
favorably
first,
to that.
I never vaped in any of my videos, but now I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was really nervous for some reason in front of a camera, and doing everything. So and then as I got comfortable, and a lot of my friends said it, once you get comfortable and your personality comes out, you'll do well. And I feel that after like 9 months, I started getting really, really comfortable with it and really letting my personality shine, or just be myself.
Tweedle, it says 67 views, and it comes up on number 2 on your list when you do
The
search.
slime wrestling video.
When you do the search.
Yeah, Kazumoto says he gets confused as to what works and doesn't. You know what? That's the name of the game. I don't think any of us at this level know what the hell works and what doesn't work, so we just do whatever looks fun.
No, that's actually Daytona Bike Week Part 2. That one actually, I had to go and buy the program to blur out old girls' boobs.
Oh.
I don't know why they ain't showing.
There's 4 more. Hold on.
Yeah, the Cackleberry was good for showing a lot of boobs.
What would it be under part 1?
No, it's a short.
It's its own
Oh.
short.
It's its own short. But let me see here. Okay. So you see right there, it should be showing right there in the shorts.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not. Because this right here.
All right, I went to shorts and I searched your name, but
see that one right there? The Cackleberry slime where you see the girls in green? That was the one. Yeah, I ended up having the age restricted. But see, that's showing in my YouTube studio, but it's not showing on my channel.
Huh.
Right.
Because on the channel, as you can see, it should be right there, and it's not.
But if you go under your content, it doesn't list it there. Within the
talking about the videos,
your channel, your dashboard.
Oh yeah, it shows in my dashboard. It still shows it's getting views somehow, but it's only like 1 or 2.
If people have to be logged in to see it because it's age restricted.
Yeah, but even though it's age restricted,
I am
like,
logged
okay,
in.
check this out. See those 2 videos right there?
Yeah.
Those are age restricted, but they show on my page.
Huh.
The
Yes.
short that's age restricted that got reported is not on my page.
That's really weird.
But you was able to type my name in and see some of the shorts I had done, but I don't even see them on here now. It's like they
Yeah, I
removed the
don't
shorts
either.
on
So at this moment, Blue is in Tweedle shorts.
it.
Shorts. Here
And
we
he's
go.
having a good time of it.
He just wants to see the slime wrestling.
He
No,
does.
I just want to see if you can find it.
Daytona Part 2. That's the one you want to watch.
Yeah, Cackleberry is a good place to go while you're down there.
Daytona bike.
Yes.
The short or the
No, if you watch Daytona Bike Week Part 2, it shows a lot more of the slime wrestling.
the whole
And I
video.
actually had to blur out old girl's boobs.
the whole
In the short, the one girl was just grinding on top of the other girl, and that's what got reported. So
Who's going to report that? That's nonsense.
some chick does
Did you
has
got-
low self-esteem.
I was gonna say you got Daytona Bike Week 2023 performers. That looks a little risque.
That's just girls doing
Oh,
acrobatic
that's good
type
advice
stuff.
process.
And that's under a short.
I need one more clips audio to load, and then I can present my screen and show you guys something.
Okay.
But because it's on a hard disk drive, it's taking its sweet time.
This is what gets me.
Now,
You can search on YouTube naked yoga or Brazilian waxing, and it shows everything.
Mhm.
But that's okay because it's age restricted.
now, who's the girl you get the picture with on Daytona Bike Week Part 1 out now?
Purple hair?
No, blonde.
That's probably bikes and mileage.
She's wearing a purple top though.
Hold on, I'll look.
Was it 131 Harley girl?
No, I think it's bikes and mileage.
It's under
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, it's short with 225 views.
Yes.
Logo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's bikes and mileage. I had her on as a guest one night.
Oh, okay.
She had scared the shit out of me because I didn't know she was already there. I saw 131 Harley girl inside JMP Cycles. I was talking to her. She came up behind me and grabbed me and scared the shit out of me because I didn't know she was there.
Yeah, that's usually not a good thing. You're at a bike event and someone grabs you.
Yeah, that was the first thought in my head was, oh shit, what's about to happen next?
This chick got
And
real.
I turned
Let's
around
go.
and it was her. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, she's cool. She does a lot of riding too.
What is she riding?
She's got a soft tail, but I think she may actually have more than one bike, to be honest with you.
I was going to say a motorcycle.
Yeah, she's got a motorcycle for sure.
You know, honestly, I don't care what people ride. Oh, the one, yeah, that's good stuff, man. This is what I'm currently vaping on right here. I found it at a vape shop that was open today.
How come you got his mic muted?
I don't have it. He's got his mic.
He's got it
I didn't-
muted.
Oh, does he know that? Because he's
Ah,
talking.
there we go.
There, you're off mute.
Yeah, I'm off mute. Yeah, eJuice Direct or Element Vape. I got this one last week.
Nice.
The closest vape shop to me shut down
Oh.
like 2 weeks ago. They were horribly overpriced, though.
Most vape
That might
shops
be
are,
why.
but
So I think I have enough to
Yeah.
show you guys. Let me hit present.
Who was asking me about the Street Glide before?
I don't know. What do you got to show, John? All right. well,
Oh, look
that's
at
the
that.
screen.
All right, so this is DaVinci Resolve, And you can see I've got the 10, 9, 8, and the max. Here's a clip where I used a slow piece of riding to link up all the audio, and I got them all perfectly synced up. You can see the waveform here.
Yeah.
So I'll go in and check it, and then when I play it back, you can hit mute on different tracks, so that it only plays like the Hero 10, and you can get rid of the other two and just play the 10 and the max together, as long as it doesn't crash. Now I'm getting all sorts of weird stuff. There we go.
That's because you're streaming too.
It's
Yeah.
too complicated.
So that's how I sync up those. And then when I actually got started with my ride, hey, all 4 showed up. I use a 5 clap method, and I did it twice here. So you can see that they are almost perfectly in sync. And even though they look out of sync here, the sound is synced up, which is the important part.
Okay. I'm going to have to try that next time I do a motovlog.
Yeah. Try the
multiple
clap
cameras.
method.
Yeah, because you can see they all 4 started with
Different
like
time.
10 frames away from each other. And they're all different lengths, and multiple segments are all butted up together. So I've got 4 of these, 4 of the regular camera, and then I've got 3 of the max. And Doc, you were saying your stuff came out looking weird. It probably looks a little like that.
Yeah.
So what I do is, in my power bins, I have adjustment clips, and let's see, 360 stuff. And I'll drop this in, and then we can put this, we can copy the stuff and paste the attributes, plugins. And now it looks fine, and I can go to my effects, and then I can just drag this around. So you see me lighting a cigar.
Yeah.
And then if I zoom out a little bit, you can see the whole bike. Don't mind the dots.
Right.
But yeah, that's how I do most of my editing. I get them all synced up together.
Yeah, that's
and just for grins. I did a video today where I only actually brought 2 cameras in, but in the multicam ride opening timeline, you can see that I have 27 clips, and they're all synced up. But like these over here, there's no clap method anywhere. It's just zooming in and looking for these spikes.
Okay.
And this is my Hero 10, and this is the Hero 9. So you can only see it when I'm riding slowly. And let's see, I've got one like right here. I'm standing talking, but I'm riding along here, and trying to see. There's a slow section somewhere. It's probably right about here, and you can see this spike right here that I've highlighted.
Mhm.
That is that's where the audio lines up the best, where you can actually see that the audio is lined up, and then when you play it back, it sounds just fine.
Okay.
See, it's perfectly in sync.
And don't forget to set your frame rate at the same rate.
So I got a question. Why don't you just delete one of the audios?
You can.
So this is a multicam clip. So when I bring it into the actual timeline, let's go. Where'd it go?
It'll do kind of do it well.
There's only the one audio, and it's the Hero 10. So the only audio there is the Hero 10. But if I want the Hero 9, I can right click, switch multicam clip angle, and get Hero 9 audio. And that's the Hero 10 video. I can right click on that separately and change that to the Hero 9. And then eventually DaVinci will build a graphic waveform based on the audio.
Yeah, I always just deleted the audio from my other ones and matched the video to They
So you
went through
can
and cut and paste and all that.
right, so you can do that, but if you accidentally move one thing or the other, then it all gets out of sync.
Yep.
Yeah. But
This way, everything is contained in the multicam ride clip up here. And so if I screw up, I can just drag it back in, and there it is. So
the other thing, though, too, is the DaVinci will show you the mismatch.
It will. So if I grab just the audio and I move it over, you can see that it's 2 minutes and 20 frames off. So here's the Hero 9 audio. And if I want, I can grab just this, duplicate it, change the angle, and you can see the 10 versus 9. You can see that the microphone in my helmet picks up my audio much better. And then when I'm riding, like here, I'm riding down the road, you can see that the audio is
About the same.
much different. You can see some of the stuff, and then when I get faster and faster, like in here, let's see, right about here, yeah, I'm riding along at a good clip. These individual spikes are words that I'm saying, but you can't see those on the Hero 9. So the Hero 9 doesn't pick up that audio as well. Because obviously it's in the wrong spot because it's way over here as opposed to right in here.
You ever tried miking up your exhaust?
I did once, but I didn't do it right, and all it got was the mic banging against the inside of my saddlebag.
I'm with going, man. Way too complicated for me.
Yeah, me too.
Once you figure this part out, it makes it so much easier to do a video. Because I can absolutely get one done so fast.
Because
Hey,
the
John,
way I
check
always
your
did it
steering
was the one the
and-
mic was on, that would be the audio I'd use. And when I put the other one on, I'd delete the audio right out the bat and
Yep.
then match
I
the
detach the
match
audio
video and go.
You could definitely do it that way, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's easier to keep a little bit better track of everything if you leave
Well,
it
I
all
never had
in.
to jump either, though, because I was able to actually cut on the line and then go where I wanted to go and then cut again and then delete the part out and drag it down, and I just keep going.
You're not wrong, but one of the nice things about setting it up in the multicam container is that I can play along and I can either use my speed editor or my keyboard, and as I'm riding along, I can press 1, 2, 3, 4, indicating a camera angle, and it'll automatically cut just the video for that and leave the audio untouched and just bing, bang, boom, done.
Yeah, it works sweet. I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty
So
neat.
you're detaching the audio from the video when
Yes.
you're doing that.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. But as long as you don't delete anything, so you just got to make sure that when you do a cut, like you're cutting out blank space, that you're doing a cut all through all the video and audio, and a cut through all the video and audio, and then you just delete the stuff in the middle.
How many monitors you got?
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you guys on my laptop screen, and then the screen I was sharing is my second monitor that I edit on. It's much
I
bigger.
have I use OBS during the stream to put up the pictures and shit,
Yeah.
like I was just doing here.
That's why I got to build a studio in my house somewhere so I could have a docking
Like that.
station.
That's from OBS. That's
Yeah.
from
That's
that's-
awesome.
that's from OBS.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to do all that.
OBS is a pain in the butt.
Nah. Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to
It
work.
won't be hard for John.
I couldn't get it to work
That.
in conjunction with the live.
Actually, let me move it up so
Right.
we could,
I was actually able to build things for the live in OBS and then bring them over into StreamYard.
Nice. Lane's trying to use laptops. Dude, my laptop it's not too shabby. It
There
holds
we
up to the editing pretty well. And I'm out here on this porch. It's glassed in, but there's a number of bugs that find their way in. And I found a desktop did not like the environment out here, but a laptop survives a lot longer. Oh, that's cool, Blue. I like that.
Yeah.
I have OBS. I use it for my screen recordings for my Resolve tutorials. So I've recorded with
Say
it.
that again.
I use OBS to do the screen recording for my Resolve tutorials.
Oh,
Yeah, I've got like 15 or 20
you have
DaVinci Resolve tutorials on my channel.
do you have teleprompter?
No, I don't do anything scripted because I don't like it. I come across
Yeah, but
wooden.
If
It's
you
not natural if it's
you
scripted.
you don't necessarily have to do anything scripted, but like if you have notes that you're trying to keep track of stuff that you want to talk about or whatever the case may be, I'll tell you what, a teleprompter comes in real freaking handy.
I do it old school. I put a Word document up on this screen, and then I look over at it occasionally.
Yeah, but if I have my computer in the background, which I've done, then I'll use this.
Oh, dude, that's money. Oh, I love it. Is that hooked to your phone?
Oh, well, if I'm doing a script in the bottom here, you put your phone,
Yeah.
and on the back is where I made myself a little mount because it wouldn't quite fit right, but I made myself a mount for my GoPro to go on the back. And then, of course, it's got a tripod mount on it. And I'll put it on a tripod. Like,
Process, you're not wrong. I have 12 cores and 2 solid state drives. The only reason it took so long to get Resolve to bring up that older footage was because it was on a rusty platter drive that I store all my archive footage on, because 14 terabytes of solid state disk space is expensive.
I'm trying to think now. Where
I
is
can't
it?
even tell you what all I did. To
To
this
give
one.
everybody a fair warning, it's coming close to 12:30. I'm going to
Yeah.
end this at 12:30. So
Okay.
I got to get up, go to work in the morning.
You and me both.
What is work?
Can you stand by just 1 second, Doc?
We got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Let me just find the name of this video.
What is
Why I
this work you're
ride.
speaking of?
Okay. John, if you go to my YouTube channel and look at the one that says Why I Ride a Harley, and behind me is my computers.
You're muted again.
You're muted again.
I'm looking for it now. Sugar. Upstate Rider, 74 subscribers.
Yep. That's
Make
me.
that 75. Why I Ride a Harley. Yeah, I see your computer in the background.
I did that video with the teleprompter.
Nice. I will check that out after the stream.
Yeah, that was a good video. Bob, you need to put up more videos, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I gotta get. I gotta get everything set up on the bike, really, and then I gotta do something different with my helmet mount too, because it's just not. Or get one of those things that John was talking about earlier with the lens.
The Max
The
Lens
lens.
mod.
Because that I got it on my chin, or like kind of right here where it wraps around, and
Yeah.
I tried it right side up, I've tried it upside down, and it just, I don't know how to describe. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't look like I'm looking straight out. It looks like I'm looking down. Or
Well, that's your angle. So it's your chin.
But I don't have enough room in my helmet to adjust it any further up. Even with the extended mount.
Try something like a helmet side mount and then twist it around, I guess.
See that right there? When you put this on,
Yeah.
all you got to do is loosen this and stand in the mirror with your helmet on, and then just adjust it up back and forth to where
Is
you
that
want.
the clamp mount?
This is a chin mount.
So Blue, this is a helmet mount on my helmet that I had.
Well, I
riding
can't,
that
I
silly
can't
little
see
machine.
anything right now. All I see is somebody's full screen.
Yeah, that's what he's showing you, the position of his chin mount.
Oh, yeah. See, mine looks, I don't see as much of the horizon in mine.
You need to put your helmet on, go in the mirror, and stand in front of the mirror with your helmet where it rides, and then just adjust the GoPro there, then lock it down.
I have, and then when I do that, it comes up so far and hits this part of my helmet, and won't go any further.
That I just put on my helmet, and I sit there and says, okay, my helmet's down. I just tilt it when I think looks great and went with it.
I have the helmet mic'd up and everything, and I have a moto mod that I use for that.
They make different ones you can get on Amazon. Like I got a 90 degree here. That is actually one that sticks on the side.
Yeah.
And you can come out and up.
Right.
But like, see, this one here is the chin mount. But you could put
you
could put one of the spacers. You could put one of the spacers on it because they come with short spacer.
Yeah, I got them
and it'll make it come out more, and then you can kick it back further.
Yeah, so
it's a short one.
What you're doing is this, and you need to get it more like this. So you need a longer mount that comes out from your chin.
I think it's sitting on my GoPro 8, but yeah, they actually have a shorter one like the I've got. Just put it on. Well, where to put the chin mount at? God, I'm losing everything. I just had it right here. Oh, here it is. Put it on the chin mount, and then put the GoPro on it. Have it come out, and then tilt your GoPro. Because all you need is more room off the helmet with the GoPro.
Yep.
So you have that.
That ought to work.
But
but that turns at 90 degrees.
That's the problem.
You need one that's you need a short extension that is
not 90 degree.
Fingers like this, where it's just off of, it's the same plane.
Yeah, I don't have one of those. I gotta get one. I gotta get one of those.
You wear a full face?
When I moto vlog, yeah.
So the other thing you can do is get a helmet side. Yeah, he's got the right idea.
This I got this on Amazon. It was like $20. So it mounts on the side of my helmet, and it puts it right center.
Yeah, that's what I figured I'm gonna end up having to do. I'm gonna have to yank that older mount off the chin and put it on the side in order to get it.
The other one is this, which is the helmet side mount. I can never get this stuff right.
I know they got
the helmet side mount will give you can mount it like right here and have it pointing forward.
The other thing I've seen too is they have like a C clamp type thing that you can put on.
Yeah, the Chin Mount Company.
I'm not sure how well that works.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't trust it.
No, you guys are right. I'm gonna have
That's
to move
what this
it over
is.
here.
That's a chin mount.
Yeah, that's what I currently have.
And Doc Harley, you want a remote for your GoPros to help you start and stop them all at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this is the old one. The new one hangs off my cup holder, and it starts each camera within a half second of all the others.
Oh, you know what? I
still have to sync them, but they're all within a second.
Okay.
I was going to ask you guys earlier about a good cup holder. Anybody?
Zero 3D. I got a video on it.
Zero
3D. You got saddlebags.
I did one too, Bob. It's easy to find. If you go under product reviews under my playlists, you'll see one in there about the Zero cup holder. I put it on Spaceball a while ago.
All right, I'll look at them. I'll look at both of them because I'm looking for a halfway decent cup holder.
The Zero 3D is a good one.
Okay.
They have always put an extension
and a handlebar mount.
Hey, Blue, you could put an extension like this on your camera. Dude, I got bins of this crap. This is 2 bins of just motovlogging crap.
I hear you.
I got crap sprawled out all over here. I'm about to go through and get rid of.
Dude, I did that
already.
months ago. I put a picture on Instagram. I went through, I took all of my motovlogging gear from the trailer, from the porch out here, wherever it was, in the saddlebags, took it all out, laid it all out on my workbench. It filled a 6-foot workbench. It was nuts. Wow. It's like 5 cameras and all the extra stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Must be nice to have money.
I don't have any money. What I have is
That's why you don't have any money.
You got,
and
yeah.
I
can't take it with you. I mean,
look, I'll be honest with you. I was not lying earlier when I said my wife paid for my street glide. She paid for every cent of it, and then said, "You owe me." But I'm on a 20-year payment plan. I'm married to her, right? So she bought that. I'm a kept man. She buys the groceries. She feeds the kids. She clothes the kids. She pays for their daycare. I pay for the mortgage, and that's about it.
Wow.
And I did pay off my truck. I did do
So
that.
in other words, you married way outside of class.
Yeah. It's funny. When we got married, she was like, cool, this is great. And 10 years later, she looks at me and she goes, wait, you used to make 30% more than me. Now I make 30% more than you. What happened? And I said, you married me for who I was. I married you for who you were going to become. Now, don't you want to get that next level promotion?
See, I married my wife for my mother-in-law's cooking.
I married my wife for her father's
cooking, skills. Not her cooking. All right.
No, because when we first started dating, I says, "Hey, I'm gonna go get something to eat." She goes, "Well, what do you want?" So me being a smart ass, I says, they're gonna get some eggplant parmesan. She goes, "Hold on." She pulls out a tray. Her mother made eggplant parmesan like 2 days ago.
And you were like, I'm putting a ring on it.
That's it. I'm in love. I'm a fat, happy kid. I wasn't fat then, but I was a fat kid waiting to bust out. And,
Yeah, that's why I married my first wife.
I married mine for dad's handyman skills, and it didn't work out. He won't work on my house anymore.
I married my first wife out of lust, and that didn't work out. All right, guys.
The first time for love and the second time for money. I reversed that.
What about the third and the fourth?
That's just stupidity.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yeah. No offense, but I'm never getting married again.
None taken.
Doc, I think you ready to bounce at you, bud.
Yeah. Yeah. Good night, Doc. Thanks for
all right, guys.
sticking around.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
A good one.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Yep. Remember to go subscribe to these guys. Anybody still watching?
Yep.
Ride often and ride hard.
I'm gonna go watch some videos.
Sounds good.
He's gonna